House Committee on Elections will please come to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Lavenberg.
Here.
Vice Chair Goldman.
Here.
Representative Reynolds.
Present.
Representative Pat Fallon.
Here.
Representative Israel.
Here.
Representative Dade Phelan. Representative Schofield.
That's fine. Fine. Okay, got a quorum. Okay. A quorum is present, and you know it's that crazy time that everyone's laying out bills, trying to make quorums in other committees. So it's going to be kind of loose today, and members will be coming and going. So with that, we'll just start moving on, and the chair lays out House Bill 1831 for consideration and recognizes Representative Zedler to explain his bill.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to be here with you today, Madam Chair and members. Under current law, if an election registrar determines criminal conduct in regard to an election, they must report it to the district attorney having jurisdiction over the election. The registrar is only required to report election fraud to the Attorney General in cases where the election overlapped more than one county. HB 1831 will correct this discrepancy. It will allow the Attorney General's office to investigate single county claims along with the district and county attorney. This will provide better transparency and for the ability for the district and county attorneys to work in conjunction with the Attorney General's office in execution of this investigation.
Okay. Any questions, members?
And I think if you need any information regarding this, we have someone for the Attorney General's office that can answer any questions you might have as well.
Okay, good deal. And you want to reserve the right
I'll
to
reserve
close?
the right to close. Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party against the bill. Oh, Chair recognizes Representative Schofield as present and calls up Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party against the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in opposition to House Bill 1831. If it's not broke, don't fix it. We have a situation where for years and years the criminal district attorneys in local counties have been the persons where you file complaints and prosecutions are done. We see no reason for the Attorney General to have this power to go on fishing expeditions around the state. All elections should be local. We've talked about that a lot. So we think these kind of complaints about criminal activity should be done at the local level with the local officials and the local district attorney.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Chair calls Alan Vera, representing himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Board Security, in favor of the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 1831. I wish you could all feel how frustrating it is to take sworn affidavits and even videos of criminal activity associated with elections to a district attorney only to be told that they won't assign financial or human resources to investigate misdemeanor violations of election law, no matter how many there are. By contrast, I trained election observers in Wisconsin for 6 months for the gubernatorial recall election in 2012. In the 12 months following that election, we got 44 convictions of election fraud, with half of those drawing jail time. That's Wisconsin versus Texas. I'm kind of ashamed of that. In Texas, it's hard to see anything about voting fraud election unless you go to Ancestry.com. It's been that long since we've been aggressively pursuing this. The proposed bill would at least require an investigation. It's a start. Now, if you want to see them take it more seriously, specify the penalty for DAs refusing to take this bill seriously and taking action. If you want to straighten out election integrity, elevate some of those misdemeanors to felonies and leave the rest to me. Please pass HB 31 out of committee. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. Thanks, Alan. Chair calls Bill Sargent with the Galveston County himself and the Galveston County Clerk's Office on the bill. I know, really.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County. Testifying on behalf of myself and the County Clerk's Office on HB 1831. One thing you might want to, one thing that might improve the bill, and that would be to include county clerks on it. I've talked to staff, include county clerks, because we find things like this as well. We're blessed to have a very good district attorney who takes public integrity very, very seriously and has prosecuted cases such as this. And we've discovered them. So don't make it just for county, don't make it just voter registrars. Include county clerks in it if you move this bill forward.
Okay. Any questions? That's fine. Okay, no problem. All right, any questions? Thank y'all. All right, Chair calls, or we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State present on the bill if y'all have any questions, and don't think so. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 opposed that do not wish to testify, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 that do not wish to testify. So kind of evenly split. Oh, Representative Reynolds. Oh, did you want to talk to someone with the AG's office? Yes. And have y'all filled out the? Okay, you want to come up?
I do not.
You do not.
I do not have.
We do not have it. So
They don't. They do not testify. Okay, we'll put them as.
we need to change that.
Yeah, Catholic Construction.
Mhm.
It's Jonathan White.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. No, I don't need that.
Got it.
Okay, if you can come up and
Jonathan White with the Attorney General's office, ready to take any questions.
you are here to speak.
Speaking on the bill.
Yes, thank you. Okay, and so Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarification. Does this bill allow the AG's office to investigate allegations when either the county or district attorney's office have reviewed the allegations and declined to investigate?
That is whether or not one prosecuting authority would investigate or prosecute charges that another prosecuting authority has already declined to prosecute is a matter that this bill does not cover. Beyond that, I don't think I could give you any more guidance other than it doesn't, in my review of this bill, it doesn't change the existing power structure of authority to prosecute in the state of Texas at all.
So is it my understanding for the AG to have jurisdiction, it has to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it has to cross multiple county lines. Is that correct?
That's not correct, sir.
That's not
It's the AG has original concurrent jurisdiction with all the county and district attorneys across the state. However, in certain cases, as in this section of the code as it was written, there was a multi-county element. I think, I'm not speaking for or against the bill, but it seems to me like it's a matter of housekeeping. Since the Attorney General has overall prosecution authority, it's basically putting us on the same level as district attorney and county attorneys in terms of hearing complaints from voters and voter registrars.
Okay.
In other words, you can report to either or
Okay.
both.
So basically, does this bill expands the Attorney General's authority in those cases, in these cases, correct?
I would say it does not, but what it would do would be to provide a mechanism for alerting the Attorney General's office if there is a complaint. If there is an allegation of voter fraud that comes to the attention of a voter registrar, it places an affirmative duty on them to report it to us as well as local prosecutors. And the section regarding affidavits from registered voters, if we receive 2 of those from a registered voter with an election complaint from around the state, it charges us with, it says shall investigate. Right now, we may investigate. We can investigate any election offense based on an officer's own discretion. So that's very broad, but this says you shall investigate if you have 2 or more.
Okay, I see. And are there any fiscal implications regarding this bill to your office?
It's been deemed that there'll be no impact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question. All right, it doesn't change any of the criminal code or any penalties.
Nothing at all. It's
From what I
just
see in the bill, it doesn't.
absolutely correct. It's
Okay.
just a reporting
Everything else
requirement.
stays the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, any other questions, members? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's see. And as I said, and did we change his testimony from not wanting to testify to testifying? Okay, perfect. So, seeing that, is there anyone else who wishes to testify publicly, for, against, or on House Bill 1831? Seeing none, the chair calls Rep. Zedler to close.
This was short and sweet, wasn't it?
We like that.
Yeah, that's right. And with that, I close. Thank you very much. I appreciate your favorable consideration.
Okay.
And put it on the general calendar, I'm sure.
Okay. And at this time, House Bill 1831 will be left pending. All right. And so what I've asked the audience to do, y'all are already doing, is to leave the first couple of rows vacant for members as they come in so I can see them. My eyes are getting older, and I can hardly see above that podium. And yeah, I see you now. So I'm trying to make sure I catch everyone. And seniority does have its privileges, guys. So with that, the chair will call up, or lays out, House Bill 1448 and recognizes Representative Sheets. I want to see the purple thumb.
I couldn't get to my office in time. I was coming straight from caucus. Sorry, ma'am. I'll give you one tomorrow on the House floor, though.
All right.
Madam Chairwoman, and my desk mate,
Yep.
and my classmate, and my hallmate, and my desk mate in another committee.
Is he such a suck up?
Well, this side isn't here, so. This is a bill, actually, that I first thought of during my first session, and we filed that bill that first session. I'm not sure if we got a hearing or not, but obviously it didn't go anywhere. What the bill simply does is requires that when you're dealing with mail-in ballots, that you have to put a thumbprint on the ballot. The idea came about from over the last several sessions. We've been talking a lot about ballot integrity, and we've been doing a lot about in-person voting, and everyone keeps saying that the real fraud occurs in mail-in ballot fraud, or excuse me, in mail-in ballots. So that's the whole point of House Bill 48 is, and as it's written, it does have a verification system in there. So just like you have with signatures, that there could be a verification committee. That's one of the things that we're exploring as to whether or not we want to keep that provision in there. But the primary purpose is for the thumbprint is for investigation and potential prosecution of voter fraud later on. Obviously, if you have the same thumbprint occurring over and over again on multiple ballots, there's something awry in that you can prove that these ballots were not cast by the individuals that were purported to have cast them, and that is the whole purpose of it. And I didn't even read my script, and I can answer any questions that anybody may have, or if there are any, Madam
What
Chair.
happens if you don't have a thumbprint?
You know, in the current version, there's not a provision in there, but I know in previous versions of this bill, and it's something that we'll look at if the committee is interested in moving the bill, in a substitute, putting provisions in there for other digits, or if you don't have any digits at all, obviously there being an exception in that case.
You know there's a fiscal note on it?
There is a fiscal note, and we think that we'll be able to solve a majority of that fiscal note by removing the verification system. The only other cost would be associated would be the ink strips, and the cost of those ink strips have decreased since we first filed this bill in 2011, and we've had one county, I think it was Harris, say that it would cost, if I remember correctly, a very small amount of money for them to purchase those ink strips. Of course, I also had another county that told me it cost them $300,000, and the county that said it would cost less was a much larger county.
Okay. Any questions, members? All right. And you want to reserve the right to close?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party against the bill.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in opposition to House Bill 1448. Let me count the ways. First of all, I think the issue of a thumbprint being on a ballot is fundamentally incorrect, as what we've had a history in this whole country since we were founded, that a ballot is secret. If there's a thumbprint requirement. It should be on a ballot envelope, not on a ballot itself. That is, nobody should be comparing how somebody voted with who they are at any step in our laws. Secondly, we fundamentally think that this is just flawed in the problems it causes. We heard last week the bill about just signatures and getting seniors and people with disabilities to understand exactly how to do their signatures across the flat. If we start talking about a thumbprint, I think that we're going to have major problems with the people doing it incorrectly or not being readable, especially seniors who might have palsy or other ways that they cannot control their movement of their hands to do a correct thumbprint. In criminal justice, when people take thumbprints, you have to have a certified person to take the thumbprint to make sure it's done correctly. There's nothing in here, and it would be astronomically in cost to do that. And lastly, I just don't believe that we'll ever get to a place where early ballot boards are going to have the capability or the expertise to compare thumbprints. The cost, and just if we thought hanging chads and dimpled chads from 2000 were a nightmare, wait till we have to deal with thumbprint verification by volunteer citizens at a ballot board.
Okay. That's why it's always interesting to hear some of these bills.
Exactly.
All right, Chair calls Alan Vera himself and with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Board in favor of the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 1448. When I was on the leadership team of election integrity group True the Vote for years, we once exchanged information with former President Jimmy Carter at some length. As you know, he heads up some United Nations election monitoring teams to observe elections in third world countries and to assist with fledgling democracies. We asked him if he would ever consider leading a UN elections team to observe elections in the U.S. He politely told us that the UN has minimum standards for election processes and overall integrity. They won't send a UN observer team unless a country meets those minimum standards. According to former President Carter, no election anywhere in the U.S. meets the UN's minimum standards, not one of them. The most frequent failings cited by President Carter were voter ID and prevention of multiple votes by one person. He cited the Iraqi purple ink on the finger as a classic example of a small country getting it right. And so while there may be concerns or issues, as Mr. Maxey has pointed out with Bill 1448, it would further reduce the potential for fraudulent votes and maybe, just maybe, let us catch up with some third world countries. Please give 1448 serious consideration.
Members, any questions? Thank you. All right, Chair calls John Oldham with the Texas Association of Elections Administrators against the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Representative Sheets, we appreciate your concern.
Well, can you...
I'm sorry. I'm screwing up, and it's the first bill. Speaking, John Oldham, President, Texas Association of Election Administrators, speaking in opposition to House Bill 1448. And Representative Sheets, we're pleased that you and other members are concerned about the integrity of what we do, but our concern with this bill is that we feel like it is beyond our voters' capabilities and beyond our capabilities, just to be frank. Our fear is that if we send fingerprint ink strips to elderly voters, to any voters who fall within the realm of the aged and the disabled, the elderly and disabled, they will be confused. They may also be intimidated. We also feel that they are not capable, or many of our voters are not capable of doing this ink transfer accurately. Obviously, as Glenn testified, there's an art to taking a fingerprint. I talked to several people in law enforcement, and they indicated there is some skill involved. Also, our concern is that we may have ink transfer beyond the point where it goes to other portions of the ballot. and that could result in extraneous marks, which might be on a paper ballot, be read as a vote, or perhaps trigger an overvote if the voter handles that ballot and transfers ink from that fingerprint to some place, some target area on the ballot. Also, as Glenn mentioned, we have tremendous concerns about secrecy. We now, it's sort of tantamount to signing your ballot, which is kind of flies in the face of this notion of ballot secrecy. Also, we don't feel that our ballot board is in any form, shape, or fashion capable of acting as they do a good job to be a signature verification committee, but to match thumbprints is, particularly thumbprints that are not professionally extracted, would be well beyond their capability. Most law enforcement, we don't have any Abby Shudos from NCIS on our ballot board, and they have, most law enforcement uses computer software technology to do matches. We're well past the days of using microscopes to do this. It's just something that we feel would our folks are not capable of doing. Plus, it would add days to this process. I know we're extending, hopefully, the period of time for our early voting ballot board to meet, but this could easily double or triple the time that would be needed in order to process these ballots by mail.
Okay. Any questions, members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls William Sargent with the County Clerk's Legislative Committee against the bill. Sarge, if you'll say it all over again.
I'm William Sargent, and I'm testifying on HB 1448 on behalf of the County Clerk's Legislative Committee. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, so save time. But I learned a long time ago that when you have a problem with a bill, you try to find an alternative. So I would recommend, if you're going to do this, I wouldn't recommend you do it, but if you were going to do it, put that print on the outside of the envelope. Don't put it on the ballot, because that way you're going to have a problem with secrecy of the ballot. Put it on the outside of the envelope, and then only have this apply in cases where there is where somebody has a problem with the signature verification. So you don't have to do every single print, because we don't have that capability. So if you have a place where there's a contested ballot, fine, you could do it for that in that kind of a situation. But don't do it for every ballot, because, as John said, you don't have time, we don't have the expertise or any of that. So then you have to get an expert to come in and do it, because Joe Blow doesn't know how to do that. I don't know how to do it, and I don't think anybody else in this room does either.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. All right, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office on House Bill 1448.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying on House Bill 1448. We like the idea that, we need to figure out how to make ballot by mail more secure. Y'all have heard I was going to tell you about the reasons of stick it on the envelope, not on the ballot, all that other good stuff. Maybe one of the other things, though, that I haven't heard is kind of like a test program or a way to work into this is make it permissive. Make it to where the voter could, on their application, say that they wanted to include their thumbprint on the ballot, the fingerprint kit. It's not very expensive. It's a little piece of carbon paper. It could be stuck in the envelope, and the voter could do it. I know the elderly are really paranoid about people stealing their ID, people stealing their votes. This would give them a comfort level that they can include their fingerprint somewhere on the envelope so that we could identify it was theirs. Maybe make also the identification process only come into factor when there's a question about the ballot, and have law enforcement do the verification of it or something like that.
Okay, good points. Any questions, members? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we have Ashley Fisher here, Secretary of State, on the bill. If y'all have any questions. And seeing none, okay. We have, all right, Kenneth, this is for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against. But we have 2 for and 1 on. Is there anyone else? Oh, Chair recognizes Representative Phelan as present. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1448? And seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Sheets to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members. I will be brief, but I have a few things I'd just like to say in response to some of the testimony. First of all, I think this is the 3rd time Glenn Maxey's testified against the bill for me, so Glenn, thanks. The purpose of putting it on the ballot instead of the envelope, I like the idea of putting it on the envelope rather than the ballot, so that's a change we're willing to make if the committee feels like we need to move forward with this bill. Also, there's no provision in here, and we can make that, we can put language in the bill as well to make sure that just because a thumbprint is put onto a envelope, a ballot, whatever, incorrectly, it doesn't invalidate the ballot. We want to make sure we keep the ballot so that it can be registered. Again, the whole purpose of this, it's one of the things that happen in drafting. It's not our intent for there to be a verification process. This is more for evidentiary purposes, if there is a prosecution or an investigation into voter fraud. And a perfect example of that is what happened in Dallas in 2010 with the Medrano trial. You had then Justice of the Peace Sepulveda and Medrano running against each other. Mr. Medrano allegedly had some false mail-in ballots cast. The whole purpose is if those were cast and there were thumbprints on there, potentially there would be evidence for the trial that subsequently did happen for prosecutors to use to prove whether or not there was voter fraud, and also potentially help a defendant in that case. And for you, Madam Chairwoman, I did paint my thumbprint for you. And I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets, my classmate. Our first session, we dealt with the voter ID law, and I remember doing the testimony and doing the research. When I did my due diligence, it appeared that all of the facts of voter fraud were from mail-in, but we never did anything to really address it. Mm-hmm. So, it's my contention that you're more susceptible to fraud from mail-in ballots than in-person voter impersonation. So I think there should be some things that should be done, but I just don't see how this is the way of doing it. I mean, there has to be, in my opinion, a better way of making sure we have integrity with our mail-in ballots as opposed to a thumbprint. I mean, do you see how that could be problematic?
I agree with some of your statements. First of all, I'll tell you, I do believe there are examples of in-person voter fraud, but one of the things that was said over and over again, one of the things that was said over and over again during the voter ID debate was that what you just said, most of the cases of voter fraud occur during during the mail-in ballot process, and so with that in mind, that's the intent of this bill. And I know my classmate, your classmate as well, Representative Burkett, took some major steps last session in addressing that, and I think this is another step in addressing that. And this works in other countries. Now they do it for in-person voting too. Is you have to dip your thumb in the ink and put it on the ballot. And that is not, it's not to identify who is voting, but it's to identify the proper person's voting. Just like other countries also utilize voter ID. I believe that if we, and I understand some of the concerns that were brought up, and I'm more than willing to address those concerns and put the thumbprint on the ballot, and also make sure, again, this is more for evidentiary purposes.
Right, gotcha.
I don't expect a volunteer at the elections board to be sitting up there looking at thumbprints and comparing the two. Nor do I expect a ballot to be invalidated because of thumbprint. The whole purpose is for prosecution.
Got you. Yeah, and I think your intent behind it is good. So thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
with
Thank you,
that,
members.
House Bill 1448 will be left pending at this time. And Chair lays out House Bill 2889 and recognizes Representative Hughes.
Madam Chair, thank you for calling up the bill, recognizing us, and I
I said seniority has its privileges.
thank you. And being a classmate of the chair, I can
And
get
that
used to
too,
this.
yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you and your
And being a former
members.
chair.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you. And you and your members and staff have been very kind to us. House Bill 2889, a topic covered in this bill is well known to this committee. That's that right to vote. It's a precious, we could say it is a blood-bought right, and it belongs uniquely to citizens. No matter how we became citizens, whether born or naturalized, no matter at what age or where we're from, once we're citizens, we enjoy this really blessing from the Lord to be able to vote in elections in this country. And 2889 is about making sure that's kept sacred and protected. Right now, when you file your voter application, you swear that you're a United States citizen. But we've seen studies, we know of cases, especially from larger urban counties in Dallas County, Harris County, where non-citizens do end up getting registered to vote. Now, whether it's happening intentionally or maybe they're filling out the paperwork and maybe not knowing exactly what they're saying, we all agree that the franchise, that belongs to citizens. And so right now the DPS has a database with citizenship information they do for driver license work. And then the Secretary of State has the voter registration rolls, but those two databases are not really talking. And so 2889, this bill would set up a procedure so that when you file your application to vote, that goes to the registrar, and then if they can't verify the citizenship, they send it to the Secretary of State, who checks with DPS. And then if DPS cannot verify that this person is a citizen, or in fact indicates that they're not a citizen, it goes back to the registrar and they notify the applicant. And you have 60 days, I want to give them plenty of time to provide verification. It can be your passport, birth certificate, U.S. citizenship papers, and photo ID. Those documents are already in statute within 60 days. So it just protects us on the front end to make sure folks who are registering to vote are in fact citizens. That's really what the bill does. It's pretty clean. And the House passed this almost an identical bill last session and didn't make it through the Senate. And so that House member is now in the Senate and asked me to introduce the bill over here. And that's what the bill does, and I would yield for questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Okay, I have a real quick question. I know you sit on appropriations, and you know this bill has a fiscal note.
It does.
What is that for?
It does. And so the fiscal note came to us from the Secretary of State's office. They think they're going to need about 10 people to devote to this full time, to run everything through. DPS told us they don't need anybody else. They can do this with existing resources. But the fiscal note is based on information LBB got from the agency. To be more precise, Secretary of State says they need about 10 full-time employees, and they've got to make an initial change to their software. Once they make that change once, there will be no expense going forward.
Decreases.
Yes, ma'am. So that's why it's a little higher in the first year than it goes down.
Okay.
So that's where the fiscal note comes from. And it's not a huge fiscal note. It's a lot of money to all of us. In the grand scheme of the budget, it's not much. And to protect something this sacred, we feel like it's a reasonable cost. But thank you. I should have mentioned that.
Do you have it? Do you have a writer?
No, ma'am, we don't. And that's an open question depending on who you talk to. The LBB tells us that for amounts like this, an appropriations writer is not necessary.
Okay.
It sure wouldn't hurt, but it's not necessary. Thank you for that question.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Reynolds.
Hey, Brian, I'm
Hey, man.
familiar. I'm familiar with Arizona and Kansas having a similar bill, and it was my understanding that the Supreme Court said that it was in violation of the National Voter Registration Act. Is that? Do you have any information about that?
You know, I know there's actually been some litigation on one of those.
Right.
This bill was drafted after that to address the pitfalls that they fell into.
So no concerns there.
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? And you want to reserve the right to close?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alan Vera, representing himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee. in favor of House Bill 2889?
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying for HB 2889. In Harris County, we have a unique situation because of an out-of-court settlement of a lawsuit between one of the parties and a former voter registrar. Our voter registrar is not allowed to initiate challenges of any registered voter. So it's been up to the citizens for the last few years to do that. And we've dug into it. And what we've seen has been most disappointing, because the registrations coming in on Motor Voter and other resources show over and over again, even people who check a box and say, I'm not a citizen, are getting voter registration cards. That's been a couple of years ago. It's not the current registrar. But the problem persists. It's a real problem. We have people who even declared, I'm not a citizen, getting voter registration cards. We've caught some, we've caught many, but we know we haven't caught them all. And the issue here, this is a franchise for citizens. This bill is a big step in the right direction. Please pass HB 2889 out of committee.
Okay, any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill, if y'all have any questions for her. And Ashley, you might as well come on up.
Hi, Ashley Fisher here to testify on House Bill 2889.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fisher, are there any examples of voter fraud that you have seen along the lines of someone who's not documented voting who shouldn't be voting?
I haven't researched our files to see if we've received a complaint regarding that issue. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right. Let me see. Okay. Chair calls Nina Perales with MALDEF against the bill.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Laubenberg and members of the House Elections Committee. My name is Nina Perales. I am the Vice President of Litigation for MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund, testifying in opposition to the bill. MALDEF opposes HB 2889 because it will have a substantial negative impact on voter registration by individuals of all races, and because it runs contrary to federal election law and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. HB 2889 also imposes unnecessary costs on the state, estimated by the LBB as $1.25 million through 2017. These costs and the additional costs to counties that are not included in the LBB estimate are unnecessary because there is no proof that non-citizens are fraudulently registering to vote in Texas. As explained earlier, HB 2889 provides applicants for voter registration must have their U.S. citizenship confirmed by DPS or the county registrar before they're allowed to vote. The drafting of HB 2889 is flawed and calls into doubt whether it can be implemented at all. First, the bill does not make clear how the county voter registrar is going to receive confirmation of citizenship of people who register to vote at DPS through the motor voter federal law. The bill provides no mechanism for DPS personnel to scan citizenship documents and send them to the registrar, and provides no other suggestion for how DPS is going to communicate citizenship status of voter registrants to the counties. This might sound like a small point, but it is in fact a very important point. For example, after Kansas adopted a law requiring documentary proof of citizenship for voter registration, people registering to vote at the motor vehicles office in Kansas were showing their citizenship documents in order to get their driver's licenses, but that information was never passed along to the county registrars. As a result, during the week of the 2014 primary election in Kansas, close to 24,000 people were kept off the voter rolls and held in suspense, while county registrars wrote them letters asking them to present the very same citizenship documentation that they had already showed in the motor vehicles department. A second critical flaw in the bill relates to people who register to vote somewhere other than the motor vehicles office. The bill requires the Secretary of State to confirm registrants' citizenship with DPS, but DPS does not run a citizenship database and cannot confirm citizenship of driver's license holders. You've heard from the bill's author that DPS does collect some citizenship information, and that is true. So, for example, my young son, when he went to get his driver's license, he brought his U.S. birth certificate. But that is not true for everybody who goes and gets a driver's license at DPS, and thus the database is incomplete. The most common example would be a U.S. citizen who naturalizes but already has a driver's license. At the time that that U.S. citizen took out the driver's license, he could have been a legal permanent resident of the United States. Of course, legal permanent residents live here permanently, and they do drive, and they have driver's licenses. That DPS record, if it was during this more recent time when people were bringing in that kind of paperwork, shows that the individual showed his permanent resident card, and that's what the database has in it. When he obtained his driver's license, a year or more down the line, when that person becomes a U.S. citizen and registers to vote, at best, DPS will say it cannot confirm the citizenship. At worst, DPS and the Secretary of State will accuse that individual of trying to commit voter fraud by falsely presenting himself as a citizen of the U.S. The result will be a U.S. citizen who is entitled to register to vote, being required to go through extra steps.
Chair recognizes Representative Fallon as present and Vice Chair Goldman as present. Okay?
The extra steps would include searching for citizenship papers, taking time off from work, finding a copy machine, purchasing an envelope and appropriate postage, or traveling to the county registrar's office and having to provide citizenship proof in person. So to give you a sense of the scope, about 58,000 individuals naturalized in Texas in 2013. All of those people were adults. Most of them will have had driver's licenses, but HB 2889 will likely result in the rejection of their voter registration application and the requirement that they register again by mail or in person at the registrar's office.
Okay, it seems to me you're reading a lot more into this bill. It just seems to be a bill that wants to verify citizenship. I mean, you would agree that, a person registering to vote absolutely must be a citizen, right?
As well as living where they're supposed to be living, as well as being of the correct age, and as well as being mentally competent to vote. Yes, and we swear to all of those things, Chairwoman, and that has proven to be effective. What I'm presenting to you today is that there is no way for this bill to be implemented the way that it's written, because DPS does not have the data that would be required for the county registrar to confirm citizenship, and thus the default to that.
That seems to be the center point of where a lot of registrations are taking place.
Absolutely. And
so
yes,
it sounds like there's some information gap potential going on. Not purposely, but when you go down there and you're registering for driver's license, you're handed the voter registration card, and you're like, oh, okay, I don't know, I'm just kind of filling out everything. And so by just thinking, here I am, filling it out, you're not really thinking about it. You're just wanting to get through the line, get your license, get out. And this would just be a second step verification to make sure that you are a citizen registering to vote.
Well, so first of all, there is no evidence that any non-citizen has fraudulently registered to vote, either through the motor vehicles or in any other way. So what the bill is really talking about is setting up a verification system through the DPS database, which I'm trying to point out will not work because of the DPS database. Okay. Arizona has tried something similar to this after it passed its own law, and I wanted to share with the committee that I did litigate the Arizona case, and I'm also connected to the Kansas case. So I can answer any questions about that litigation.
Do y'all have any other
I just had a question. So I just want to make sure I understood you right. You're saying that in Texas, there's no evidence that anyone has ever registered to vote fraudulently?
As a non-citizen, that's correct.
You really believe that no one in 27 million people know?
I don't just believe it. I know it. There is no evidence. None has been presented in any case.
I understand. My question is, do you think that no non-citizen has ever fraudulently registered to vote in the state of Texas, ever?
I know it because that's the information we have.
That sounds like unicorns and rainbows.
Well, unicorns and rainbows would be accusing non-citizens of registering to vote fraudulently when there's no evidence of doing so.
You don't think one person ever has? I think that's remarkable.
There's no evidence that they have.
Wow.
There is no example of any non-citizen in Texas.
That's what you say. I would be interested to do a little research myself.
You're certainly welcome to do so, Representative.
Wow.
The broad negative impact of laws like HB
Representative
2889.
Reynolds.
Ms. Perales, for the edification of the committee, what, and you said you were part of the litigation of Arizona and Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. Could you, and you're familiar with the statutes that the legislature passed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the Supreme Court made a decision on those cases, correct?
Yes, in the Arizona case, the United States Supreme Court, in a case that I litigated in 2013, declared that preventing people from using all forms of registration through a proof of citizenship law is unconstitutional. And so what the court has said is that people remain free to register to vote using the federal postcard that is provided under the National Voter Registration Act. And a state cannot impose documentary proof of citizenship requirements on individuals who use the federal postcard. If a state wants to move forward with documentary proof of citizenship on its own registration form, and still, of course, is required to accept the federal registration form, what the state has to do then is bifurcate its voter registration rolls, which is incredibly expensive and time-consuming at the local level, because every county will have to maintain 2 voter lists, every polling place will have to have 2 voter check-in procedures, and 2 different sets of ballots.
So I know that the Supreme Court recently invalidated sections of the Voting Rights Act. Is it still intact for this particular case in terms of the National Voter Registration Act?
Yes, Representative. The Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County did not touch the legal rulings of the Supreme Court with respect to the proof of citizenship law in Arizona. That was a different legal doctrine.
Okay, and is there any distinction between this proposed legislation and the legislation of those 2 states?
Well, because DPS doesn't have the kind of database that could be used to sort of background confirm most people, what would happen here in this state would probably be even worse than in Arizona, where over 30,000 people were denied voter registration because they did not come in and provide documentary proof of citizenship in about the first year and a half of the law. Texas is a much bigger state. We would have to expect the impact to be much greater than the 30,000 we saw in Arizona.
And this is something that your organization, MALDEF, and other organizations would likely litigate?
Oh, certainly as the bill is written, it would raise so many legal and constitutional issues. Even if MALDEF didn't litigate it, somebody else would.
Thank you.
Okay, members, are there any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
And I believe we have some questions for Secretary of State. I know I have a question.
Sure, Ashley Fisher from the Texas Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2889.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. I know Representative Israel asked you a question earlier if you had found any evidence of fraud, and I think I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that y'all really hadn't looked into it. It was something, I mean, you're not aware of any, but mainly because you hadn't really researched it.
Correct. I have not personally researched that issue. I can look at all of our complaint files and see if we've received information.
Not that you've looked at it and didn't find any, it's just that you haven't done
Correct.
it.
I'm not personally aware of one, but we have, of course, multiple attorneys that look at things, so I'm happy to go back and look at our files and see what's there.
Perfect. I just want to clear that up. Representative Fowler.
Again, I don't know if you're privy to this information or not, but as far as voter irregularities, whether they're citizens or not, I mean, is that something that your office, I'm sure it handles? Are you aware of cases along those lines?
Along the lines of non-citizens?
Well, no, just anybody that's voting under assumed name, voting more than once, that kind of stuff.
Certainly, we receive complaints about mail fraud, voter impersonation, people that voted twice.
So we're talking, are we talking dozens, scores, hundreds, thousands annually?
You know, I'd have to go back and look at our files. We keep files for about 5 years. So, I mean, I would put it in the 0 to 50, but that's complaints that we receive. We have a written complaint form. If a voter or a concerned citizen actually writes and fills that complaint out, we receive that. The bill we heard earlier from Representative Zedlin, another way to report complaints is through your DA directly. So things don't always come to our office.
Y'all may not get those.
Right, we're not always aware of things. So certainly things can come through another route that we're not aware of. So I can't have like a statewide number, and that would be the reason why.
Sure, but so you guys handle in the neighborhood of a half 100, about 50 a year, maybe your office directly, and then we've got all the DAs across Texas.
And, yeah,
that may
and depending
handle
upon the
stuff.
year, presidential years are higher.
Okay.
But I can get numbers and
So
other information.
because what I just heard is voter fraud is exclusively an American citizenship problem and not anyone else. That's why it's just I find it a bit inconsistent. But
I don't think I said that, but I'm happy to
no,
go back and look
not
to
you.
see
There
if
was
the
the other
contains
the other witness
issues
said
among
that.
That's all you have to
If there's
do.
if there's voter my contention is if there's voter fraud in the state, which there clearly is, it doesn't seem to be rampant, but there is a problem. But the other witness said that it was exclusively something that only American citizens did. So, thank you.
Sure. Any other
Any other
questions?
questions, members? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, chair calls Glenn Maxey, Texas Democrat Party. Let me guess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, in opposition to House Bill 2889. I won't belabor what Ms. Perales has already put into the record. I'll just point out two other reasons we think that this bill has problems. This bill, as written, could be construed as creating a poll tax in contradiction with the 24th Amendment to the Constitution. The challenge would be similar to the challenge now underway on the voter ID bill, that it requires certain bills to produce documents to verify their citizenship, and those citizens must pay for those documents, while our voter ID bill has ways to have reduced cost on documents for people to be able to get that. This bill does not allow that. Therefore, it may cause people to have no way to get the documents financially, not to be registered to vote. And secondly, this bill, because it changes the current law that says a voter must apply, potential voter must apply 30 days before an election. This may be is probably preempted by the NVRA and likely unconstitutional, in that it says that no longer is it 30 days from the election, but it's now 30 days from the confirmation that somebody is a citizen, which causes a floating eligibility period. Supreme Court has ruled in a number of cases that you cannot have a deadline so far in front of election as to prohibit people from participating in that election, and there are cases that say if that goes beyond 50 days that that's too long. And because now this is all dependent upon documents flowing back and forth, if somebody registers 30 days before the election and they are not eligible until their proof of citizenship is proven, we think that could be in violation of the National Voter Registration Act.
Okay, any questions, members? All right, thank you. All right, so the chair calls Yanis Banks with the Texas NAACP against the bill.
Giannis Banks, Texas NAACP, against the bill. I thought I put not testify, but maybe I didn't.
Oh, well, we have you on testifying.
Okay, not a problem.
A computer glitch.
It might be user error.
It's always good to hear from you.
Oh, I'm always glad to do it, and I don't think I can follow any better than what Ms. Perales testified. So we would agree a lot with what she said, and as well as Mr. Maxey earlier, so not to waste time.
Okay.
Close it with
Members,
that.
any questions? Thank you. All right, chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of the bill.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of bill number is 2889.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and actually speaking as former employment as when I worked in the Harris County Tax Office. Senator Betancourt, Mr. Representative Fallon, Representative Israel, I can answer y'all's questions. Senator Betancourt, when he was tax collector assessor Betancourt in 2006, brought, I want to say it was around 308 records of people voting illegally before this committee and presented them. 64 of those were people that he had found that had marked that they were not citizens on their jury summons and were voting. Representative Hochberg.
Okay, so they weren't trying to commit fraud. They were honestly saying they were not a citizen, but yet they got
They
registered.
checked. They were not a citizen on their jury summons, and they were voting. Okay, Representative Hochberg to do this bill. Representative Hochberg took that list of 64 people that checked that they were not citizens on their jury summon, that were voting, and ran them against DPS, and found out that half of them lied and were citizens. So there were 30 some odd that truly were not citizens and voting. The others lied. But Representative Hochberg got this information to find out if they were or were not citizens from DPS.
And then,
and Representative Fallon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. So this is just Harris County.
This is just Harris County. And these are the ones, it is very difficult to find data like this when you don't have a citizenship list to check against. They were ones we just, that Senator Betancourt was able to find by checking jury summonses that had been returned. All right? Senator Betancourt actually took this information to Congress and Senate, testified before some congressional hearings up in Washington about these. And there were actually members from both parties that were, I mean, out of this 30, it was actually half and half. Half were voting Republican and half were voting Democrat. So, in their primaries. So yes, there is evidence that has been presented to this committee of non-citizens that have registered to vote. When I was working in the voter registrations office, the immigration department used to check before they would naturalize somebody or make them citizens to see if they were registered, and they would have to, if they were registered, they would have to come to the tax office and get a statement saying that they had unregistered and a statement from the clerk's office saying that they had never voted before they would give them their citizenship. And there were 3 or 4 a month that would come to our office asking for these documents.
Okay, and I have a question because I didn't do it. I really don't understand how the motor voter thing works. I mean, what happens? You go in and get your driver's license. What do they do?
So the last time I went into motor voter, into TBS to get my driver's license, you walk up, you fill out all information for obtaining your driver's license. One of the questions is, are you a citizen or not? You're presenting your birth certificate, so that's usually
for the
what
driver's license.
Yeah, for your driver's license and your Social Security card. So I think that they have documentation there where you were born and what your Social Security is. You state in there if you're a citizen or not, and that's put onto your.
But DPS cannot ask you that.
No, they ask them. They ask
them
if they're citizens or not.
Don't you check a box?
Yeah, you check a box.
You check a box.
That says that you are a citizen.
Oh, okay.
So, and then that information. You have a question there?
Okay, so walk me through this. I'm a simple person.
Rep Fountain.
All right, let's say you have a nefarious soul out there. Not saying that they are, just hypothetically. They're from wherever. Let's say they're from Russia, because they have some nefarious people over there. It's Putin's brother-in-law. He comes over, and he comes to Texas.
Eastern European.
Yeah. And he wants to vote. And he gets his card, the ones that we fill out, the little white card, and he fills it out. And then he's not a citizen, but he checks the box he is, and he sends it in. What happens from there?
If he filled all the all the information out in all the right fields, he gets registered.
So he gets a card sent to his residence, and he's renting because he's not here legally and he's related to Putin. He's shady, and then he goes and takes that card and he goes to vote. And he went to this guy that gave him a fake ID. It looks just like a real Texas driver's license. And he's on the rolls, and he's got a valid ID, so he votes. Is that right?
Correct.
And nobody would ever know.
No.
Particularly,
there is no, to my knowledge, there is no citizenship list to check against. It's when you register to vote, it is on your honor. That's an honor system that you're checking. I am a citizen or not. So. The Department of Public Safety is collecting this information. When you come in, they're asking the people when they get a driver's license, are you a citizen or not, and they're keeping record of that. So, that's an excellent place. Representative Hochberg, used it to validate data that Senator Betancourt sent forth.
So if this guy in this hypothetical situation, this Russian, because he's trained in organized crime, this particular guy in our hypothetical situation, he doesn't say anything because he's trained not to say anything, we would literally never know.
Correct.
And he could bring some other of his buddies over, and they could do the same thing, we'd never know. So nobody could ever complain, because it's an honor system.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions?
Right.
Okay, we
Thank you.
actually have someone here that signed up from DPS on the bill, and I know they signed up not to testify. Are they in the room? Is Jane Sawaski? Okay, I know you signed up not to testify, but I think we might have a couple of questions.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay, yeah. So do we need to change this?
Yes.
Okay, on the bill, yes. Go
Janie
ahead.
Sawatsky, Department of Public Safety, here to testify on House Bill 2889.
Okay, Representative Israel.
Ms. Sawatsky, can you walk us through the motor voter program?
Yes. Someone comes in to apply for a driver license. They
Speak
fill out,
into the microphone. So
when someone comes in to apply for the driver license, they fill out the application. On that application, it says, are you a citizen of the United States? That's question number one, actually under the pertinent information. And then it says, if you are a citizen, would you like to register to vote? If registered, would you like to update your voter information? This would be someone who's coming in as a renewal. And at that point on the application, there's a statement that says, by providing my electronic signature, I understand the personal information on my application form and my electronic signature will be used for submitting my voter registration application to the Texas Secretary of State's office, and then authorizes us to transfer that information to SOS. When you come into the office, you don't actually fill out a voter registration card, the little postcard. We gather all the information that's required on that card, and then that file is transmitted overnight to the Secretary of State's office with that required information if you checked yes on your application.
Okay, so it looks like this bill verifies what y'all send over already to the SOS. Am I understanding that correctly? Representative Hughes.
Hey, Madam Chair. So thanks for walking us through this. So
Yeah.
the procedure you're describing is what's done through the motor voter system.
Yes.
For those folks who register differently, maybe they go down to they register, pick up a card at the courthouse or somewhere else. Folks who register that way, under current law, are not run through the system you're talking about. Is that correct?
Right. Well, and this system that I'm talking about, this is just where their information is input into the driver license system.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we transmit that information to SOS.
Yes,
While
ma'am.
we confirm citizenship for the application for the
Oh.
driver license, we are not actually confirming citizenship to register to vote. We don't actually register you to vote. We collect the information and transmit it to the Secretary of State. They then send that to the local voter registrar, and that's who actually does the actual voter registration, not one of these statewide entities. You are
Oh,
actually
so
registered locally.
You're not checking the citizenship status.
We check citizenship status for issuance of a driver license.
But you can get a driver's license as a legal
Yes.
alien, but not
Yes. We
necessarily-
rely
right.
on just like a local voter registrar would do, we rely on the integrity of the applicant, that they are affirming that they are in fact a citizen if they say they are a citizen on their driver license application.
All right, Rep. Fallon.
So walk me through this.
Okay.
We got Vladimir Putin's brother-in-law. He's in Texas illegally, and he fills out the paperwork to get a driver's license in Texas. So, we're just going to take him at his word?
No, when he
Okay.
applies for a driver license, he's going to have to present documentation that's acceptable to us
Oh, great.
that will also verify through the USCIS system. It's called SAVE. It's an alien verification system that's controlled by the Department of Homeland Security. And if they have appropriate documentation, either a valid passport, I-94, A-number documents, all all the USCIS documents that prove that the person is either a citizen or is here lawfully. We verify that information through that federal database, and that provides us the information, that determination of citizenship or not. But we're not actually determining that citizenship for them to register to vote.
Right.
It's for
Just for your
the issuance of the driver's
More of a
license.
trust, but verify.
Right.
Whereas the other system is more of a trust.
Right.
Hope.
Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's helpful. So the citizenship information you're gathering is for the purpose of driver licenses, but the information is there. So under the terms of this bill, the Secretary of State would check with you and say, okay, what do you have on this person? Does your information indicate that they're a citizen or not? And you would then run through that database. Currently, if someone's not going through motor voter, they're not being checked on your citizenship database. Is that correct?
Correct. They would
Okay.
not be checked through the Department of Public Safety
Thanks.
database. And recognizing that we are also checking with the feds because obviously citizenship is a federal requirement
Yes,
and
ma'am.
not a state
Yes,
requirement.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, motor voter was a concept that we implemented what year?
Oh, gosh. I
Like
think
94?
before I came on.
I believe it was in the
I would
90s.
say
Yeah, I think it was
mid-90s.
94, 96.
So we implemented this program in the 90s for the sake of, we wanted people to vote and we wanted it to be efficient for them to vote, to get registered to vote.
Correct.
So what I think you're telling us is that they don't, when they come to get their driver's license, say they moved here from Dallas, and they arrived in Austin, they get their new driver's license, they don't fill out a voter registration application. You simply electronically submit that information to the Secretary of State, who then sends them a voter registration card.
No, actually, the Secretary of State then transmits that information
To
to
the
the
county.
local registrar, and then they will send the voter registration card to the applicant.
Okay.
So it goes from DMV to SOS to local elections.
the county.
Yes.
To the county.
That way, that gives the local entities the opportunity to do any investigational work they may need to do, confirm any information that they may need to confirm.
If they're
locally.
good to go, they get a card.
Correct.
Thank you. I have a question for the Secretary of State too when we're
Okay,
done
we'll
here.
follow up. Any other questions, members?
Thank you.
Oh, wait, Rep. Fallon.
This might be out of your purview. I know DPS is a big operation, but I remember took a border tour in the interim and was with Director Baker, and they gave us a really interesting briefing. And one of the things, the facts that stuck out because it was so alarming for me, and really for any Texan, is that there were, according to DPS, 300,000 criminal illegal aliens in Texas. Are you familiar with that, or is that completely out of
As far as those specific statistics, no, sir.
your... Okay. Have you ever heard that statistic?
I have.
Okay. I just, because I find it, so if DPS, and according to DPS, you're all the experts on this stuff and track it, and that's what we pay you to do, that there are quite a few folks that are criminal folk, bad folks, that shouldn't be here, hurting other people, preying on the folks that are closest to them, unfortunately. And they do bad things, but not one of them votes fraudulently. That's just mind-boggling to believe that. So I just wanted to confirm the 300.
Was
Thank
that a
you.
question?
So do you agree with that statement?
No comment, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this. So basically, did I hear this right? It really comes down to the local voter registrar's office to determine the legality of the register or the registration of a voter.
Right, to determine the eligibility of that voter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, any other questions? Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being here. All right, Ashley Fisher, come on down. This is your day.
I'm back. Do I need to say my name again?
Yes, you
Okay.
do.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, testifying on House Bill 2889.
Okay, and Rep. Israel.
Ms. Fisher, what document do you need right now to get a driver's license or a Texas ID?
For Texas ID, I am not aware that would be a better question for DPS. I know
Okay.
they have a list online of all their documents.
How are, okay, well, let's go back to the motor voter example. How are registrations then verified?
In terms of citizenship, right now on our application per NVRA, there is a question that says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" Check yes or no. If that came through the mail or came through DPS and they had checked no, that's when the county voter registrar would look at that and say, "Okay, this person doesn't meet the eligibility requirements."
Back up. Okay, it goes through you, and then you send it to the county. Y'all are the pass-through. You're not checking anything.
Correct. The county voter registrar under the election code is in charge of determining whether or not somebody meets
so
the
cards,
qualification to register.
GPS, they send it to you, and then you look to see what county it is, and then you just send it out.
Correct. I mean, there's sometimes cards go directly to the county, but anything that comes to us, we figure out which county it goes to, and we send it out to the county. The
How many
DPS
actually
procedure
go
is
through
all
you?
electronic. Sorry?
I'm sorry, Ashley. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say GPS is all electronic. So.
And so they send that electronic file to you.
Correct.
And then how do y'all check it, like record by record by record, or?
Everything through DPS is now automatic. It comes into our system, as she said, overnight. In the morning, we filter everything out by county through our statewide voter registration database called TEAM.
Okay.
And so when the counties get it, they'll have like a notice waiting saying that there's a file here, and then they'll review that application. And
Okay, so it's a software program.
Yes,
and
correct.
y'all are just basically the pass-through.
Correct.
Because it's statutory. That's why you're the pass-through? Because you're not really doing anything, you're just...
Correct. It's not statutory that the DPS comes through us. I think that's just the logical point for our systems to have a meetup there between DPS and SOS, so everything kind of comes to us because they don't have the infrastructure to send things out to the county.
Got it.
So
Okay.
we've kind of taken on the responsibility of figuring out, okay, well, this is Baylor County, this is Milam County, and sending them all out.
Okay. So you're not even looking at it, just sending it on.
Correct.
And so the cards that you get, I mean, I know we have cards that have the county address, some cards have the Secretary of State address.
Correct.
And all you do when you get those cards is just send them on.
Correct. The post office, I guess, kind of did away with the permit that we had. So now we have more that come into our office, and we have people that open them up, divide them alphabetically by county, and we send those out. But we don't look at them for processing or determining whether or not they
Gotcha.
should be a registered voter.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, Rep. Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has the Secretary of State's office vetted this bill to see whether or not there's any potential concerns with anticipated litigation through either the Voting Rights Act or the National Voter Registration Act?
I can't say an absolute yes or no. I know in testimony we've mentioned the two bills coming from Arizona and Kansas. I think the Supreme Court's made it clear that the federal application can't contain a requirement that a person show proof of citizenship. This would be the Texas application, so I think we're talking about two different things.
Right.
So I can't talk about whether or not that would be a successful legal claim or not. I think we've had testimony that there would be an expectation of litigation on this bill as written.
Okay, but you guys haven't vetted it to make an opinion?
Correct. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of the bill. Have I already called Ed? I haven't called Ed. I did call Ed? Oh, gosh, Ed, it's been a long day. All right, I'm sorry.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in favor of HB 2889.
Okay, while you're here, I'm sorry. My mind, I'm forgetting who I've talked to. What do you think about that? I didn't realize that it really falls on the county clerk's or the county registrar's office.
Yes, all, the voter registrar's office in the local county is the one that actually processes the applications. All of them go there, so this electronic file that gets passed to the local county, the county has to review it to see if they're going to accept them or not.
Is that a problem?
No, like I said, the problem with it is the local counties don't have any tool to review it against for citizenship.
They don't have anything to compare. That's it. That's what I was going to get to. Okay, so they're just looking at the card to see how they checked it.
Correct.
They aren't really. That's what I was trying to figure out.
No, there is no validation.
There's
at
no
at
validation.
the county level on citizenship.
If they get-
Decide if they have some kind of jury
Okay.
summons from
Gotcha.
them that said that they were not a citizen, and then
Okay.
they're allowed to challenge the application to see.
Okay. So they just get the file, get the card, and they just go by face value.
Correct.
There's nothing that, so it doesn't sound like there's any kind of check along the way. DPS sends it to SOS, who sends it on to the county. The county doesn't have any citizenship file to back up.
Now the application's coming directly from DPS. When
Mhm.
you go in through Motor Voter and you're going to DPS, they are validating before they let the person register that they have said that they are a citizen. They have done that check. The ones that are not being checked are applications coming from other places beside DPS. If you mail one in, if you go to some other state agency and do one,
Gotcha.
those have not been vetted.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. We have 1, 2. That's everybody who wanted to testify publicly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have signed up against, do not wish to testify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have signed up for, do not wish to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 2889? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Hughes to close.
Madam Chair, I thank you and your members and everyone for their patience. This is one of those bills that I was for, but I confess after hearing the testimony, I feel even stronger about it. As testimony has developed, as these questions have come out, I think it's clear for those folks that go through Motor Voter, they are being verified by this DPS citizenship database, but nobody else is. County can't do it, SOS can't do it, but the DPS has got this database there. They're already building it because the folks are applying for driver licenses. So it doesn't really make much sense for us to have this resource and not be using it. I guess I understand the testimony that this just isn't happening. You heard from Mr. Vera from Harris County say he has seen these applications where someone checks, no, not a citizen, and they still get registered. I mean, it's a fact. You heard Mr. Johnson on behalf of the county clerk talk about his experience, and I would point us to a fairly exhaustive study, the last one I've seen. George Mason University published January 24th, 2014, Do Non-Citizens Vote in U.S. Elections? It's a scholarly, peer-reviewed, professor-written document. January 1st, 2014, I'll give you the high spot. So they estimate that between 38,000, north of 38,000 people, non-citizens, not just registered, but have voted in U.S. elections. It happens. To say it doesn't happen is, well, it happens. There's testimony it happens. So that's what this is about, and I would yield for questions if anybody has anything else. And I thank you all for your patience. Okay. We would just underscore, this right to vote is a uniquely American and a sacred right. It's a precious right. It's for citizens. Let's keep it that way. It's too high a price was paid for it for us not to do that. So I'd respectfully ask for your help on the bill. I thank the chair, members, and staff for your many kindnesses, and I close.
Thank you very much. And at this time, House Bill 2889 will be left pending.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I am going to give a freshman an opportunity because he has been here since the beginning. So I'm breaking my own rule, but I can do that because I'm the chair. Chair lays out House Bill 2721 and recognizes Representative Blanco.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. House Bill 2721, this bill relates to an issue of public notice during early voting. Currently, there are no standards for voting locations or times within the state of Texas. This bill would require counties that maintain websites to post early voting locations and times on their sites. It would also require that the early voting clerk in each county to send the Secretary of State the early voting location times so that the Secretary of State can post that information on the Secretary of State's website. Some counties in the state do not maintain websites. Therefore, early voting locations and times are not readily available to voters. This bill would ask that early voting clerks submit this information to the Secretary of State's office so that the Secretary of State can make this information available. This bill is just one small step that we can take to ensure voters have access to early voting information in all parts of the state. What's better than facilitating democracy, voter knowledge? With that, there are a few resource witnesses to answer questions, and I reserve my right to close.
Okay, so basically you're saying if the county doesn't have a website, then the Secretary of State would do it.
Would
Or the
post it for
Secretary
them.
of State does it regardless.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
The Secretary of State would do it anyway.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was no fiscal note on that one?
No fiscal note.
Okay, wow, you did good on that. Members, any questions? All right, you want to reserve the right to close?
I do reserve. Thank you.
All right, so we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on House Bill 2721, if y'all have any questions for her. And come on down, Ashley. And you reserve the right to close?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, well, we've got some witnesses, so
just
we'll
a
call
question
you
for
back.
Ashley.
I'm sorry?
I had a question for Secretary of State.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. We'll call you back.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, here to testify on House Bill 2721.
Representative Schofield.
And as far as you're concerned, the counties are in a position that they can get you this information, and you're in a position that you can put it on your website?
Currently, we do this. Our preference would be not that counties send us the information like a PDF. We have what we call Find My Polling Place. So for larger counties that have multiple locations, usually we just have a link to Harris County's website that lists all of the early voting locations and hours. As part of the team redevelopment, we are redeveloping that piece, and they will be able to enter polling places and times open. So, our preference would be not to receive the notice, like I said, as a PDF, but it's kind of already something we do and something we could expand upon.
I'm not an IT guy, but your linking to their website counts as posting it on your site. Somebody goes to your site, they hit a link, they're good.
And it's up to the county. Right now, if the county wanted to, they could input every individual option, but it's easier for them to just give us the link to their website with all of the...
What happens if they don't have a website? That's what we were... Then you
If
guys
they don't
would
have a
to-
website, then they manually enter in the information into our system. And during early voting or on election day, if you go to our website, you'll see Find My Polling Place, and you'll click on that, and it'll provide you the information that's given to us by the county.
Okay.
And that works too?
And that works too.
Thank you much.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Representative Phelan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many counties don't have a website?
I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think there was an effort a couple of years ago to ensure every single Texas county had a website. Some of them are not robust.
Yeah, I know. I would hope they would.
And I think all of them have a picture of their county courthouse, but I think all 254 do have a website.
All right, good deal. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party for the bill.
Glenn Max with the Texas Democratic Party in support of House Bill 2721. Each election cycle, when the parties have attempted to create some kind of database for people to find their early vote locations, we find that there are many counties, there are a handful of counties that don't have a website, and then there are many more that have less than a robust one where the county might have a website, but the county clerk does not have access to it, and or cannot post on their website without somebody outside they don't have an IT person. So a simple link to a website would be great. A simple PDF where people could go to one place and find early vote locations that we could refer people to the Secretary of State would be wonderful. And Mr. Blanco's bill is a great bill, and I'm actually for something today.
Happy for that.
Madam Chair?
Questions, Representative Schofield.
Now, when we pass this, you're not going to go suing counties that can't get it together and get their thing up and try to invalidate their election.
I promise that I'm not going to sue anybody.
Okay, let's see. Chair calls George Hammerling with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of the bill.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is George Hammerling with the Harris County Clerk's Office in support of 2721. We're always for more information. The one thing is the caveat that I know Fort Bend has suffered is the language requirements and the DOJ interpretation of who's responsible for maintaining it. And I know the SOS saying they're just going to link back to us because we have 4 languages. So that was just our main concern, is that any future legal interpretation of our websites. Or
Oh, meaning they're all in English, and you could get in trouble if you didn't have other languages in.
yes, ma'am.
Good point. Okay. Well, you just heard Glenn Maxey say he wasn't going to sue. So, members, any questions? All right. Thank you. Okay, and let's see. So we have 15 people who have signed up in favor but do not wish to testify, and only one that signed up against it who did not wish to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, against, or on House Bill 2721? And seeing none, the chair calls Representative Blanco to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, again, this bill is about ensuring voters have the accessibility of knowing when and where voting will take place in their counties. With that, I close.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the chair leaves House Bill 2721 pending.
Thank you.
And now the chair lays out House Bill 3157 and recognizes Representative Faircloth to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
I've stayed here a long time.
This will be simple. I know you've never heard that before, but never heard that before? Okay, good. We want to be original.
Well, it's definitely shortly written, so I like that.
It is. Under current statute, if a local entity contracts with the county to conduct this election and cancels that election because there are no contested races, then the county must post the notice of cancellation at the polling place. In our situation, since a voter can cast his or her ballot at any of the county-wide voting centers, it means that the cancellation notice must be posted at all of the voting locations in the county. So it creates an undue burden on the county to have to go place to place to place and post each one. And sometimes there may be 8 to 10 entities that would cancel an election. So what this hopes to do is to allow election officials to combine all the notices into one notice, still requiring notification of voters but not cluttering up polling location, thus saving the county time, money, and resources. So that would be the intent of this bill. And with that, I'll answer questions and reserve the right to close.
Okay. Any questions, members? And seeing none, all right. We'll let you reserve the right to close. So we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State here on the bill, if anybody has any questions. Okay. And the chair calls Bill Sargent, representing himself, and the Galveston County Clerk's Office. In favor of the bill.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, testifying for myself and for the County of Galveston. Mr. Faircloth is a great American.
He is.
He is. And this is a great bill. From Galveston County. He's a great American. He may have been to Denton County at one point or another. But this is our bill. We don't want to wallpaper the walls of every polling location, 40 or more of them. And so we asked him to introduce this bill for us on our behalf. He did. We ask you to please send it out, get it through the floor of the House and over to the Senate. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, members? Oh, Representative Schofield.
I've learned not to assume. My assumption is that what you mean by a combined one is if 3 water boards and a school district have all canceled the election, you put up one notice saying the following have canceled their election, these water boards, this school district.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 signed up in favor of the bill, do not wish to testify, and 1 against the bill, does not wish to testify. So the chair recognizes Representative Faircloth to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I would just add that this would be permissive. It would allow a county to do this, but it would not be mandatory. And with that, I close.
Okay, thank you. And with that, House Bill 3157 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair lays out House Bill 2956 and recognizes Representative Click to explain her bill.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Committee Chair. House Bill 2956 is being carried by Senator Garcia as Senate Bill 142 on the other side of the building. The goal is to provide another option for training of volunteer deputy registrars. The Secretary of State would be required to place training material and an examination for volunteer deputy voter registrars online. Should a county adopt this optional alternative method of training, a volunteer deputy registrar would take their training online and then come to the elections headquarters to take the examination. This allows the volunteers to study the material on their own time, means that registrars can spend more time conducting the election and not training.
Representative Click, I'm sorry, let me interrupt real quick. Do you have a substitute?
I'm sorry, I do, yes.
Okay. All right. Representative Israel will lay out the substitute to House Bill 2956. The chair recognizes Representative Click. Go ahead.
The volunteers that serve this valuable service in our state, they need to be trained how to properly administer to their duties. There are consequences when they do not obey the law, and we need to make sure that they're properly trained to do the task. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
All right, members, any questions? No? All right, thank you very much. The chair recognizes Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Glenn Maxey, the Texas Democratic Party, here in support of the committee substitute on House Bill 2956. When training was required of deputy voter registrars a number of years ago, what happened around the state is it was in-person training, and a lot of voter registrars didn't offer the training. They just would not make time available for people to get trained. Secretary of State adopted a rule a number of years ago that said a county must have at least one training per month. And almost what happened is there was a race to the bottom to say, okay, we only have one training, and it typically is on a weekday in the middle of the workday, so almost no deputy voter registrars who work can get access to the training. So this allowing people to do the study online and come in and take a test at any point in time is a huge advantage. This bill does not undo that if a voter registrar wants to require in-person training, that they can still do that. We've had a discussion with Representative Click about two small fixes that we think make this even better, is that if a county says you must come in person to be trained, and if they do not offer training on nights or weekends at any point, that they should revert to allow somebody to do it online and take the test. And the second point is that a couple counties in the state have developed an online training that's been approved by the Secretary of State, so we believe that those counties should have ability to continue their programs with Secretary of State approval. And with those two fixes, we think this is an excellent bill that solves a huge problem, especially in small counties and rural counties across Texas.
Okay, any questions, members? Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Bruce Elfant with the Travis County Tax Assessor and Voter Registrar's Office.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Bruce Elfant with the Travis County Tax Office, and I'm the voter registrar for Travis County. Here in support of House Bill, was it 2956?
It is.
House Bill 2956. We prefer in-person training, and we have the resources to do that, but we understand that a lot of counties don't. And we understand that partially because we actually do a lot of training for surrounding counties, people who come to Travis County because we have more opportunities for training. So I think that the committee substitute for 2956 is the best of both worlds. It allows the counties that would prefer to have in-person training and have the resources to conduct that to continue what they're doing, and it allows the counties that don't have the resources to, at least in an online way, make training more widely available for their constituents. Okay. So we support the bill and be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions, members? No? Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. The chair now recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security against the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 2956. No surprise to you, we're opposed to any move to further centralize the election process at the state level. We believe the Harris County Voter Registrar has an excellent and aggressive in-person training program, and we would recommend that all counties readdress their priorities and reinstitute in-person registrar training. Beyond that, our registrar goes a step further, and that is background checks on any applicant for DVR. We're not sure how many counties do that. The proposal for a test at the Secretary of State website, or at least a study, sounds wonderful, but we think there's too many slips between, gee, I took the studies, and gee, the local registrar won't administer the test, and who has the scoring template anyway? The bill proposes a greater centralization and asks the county to accept the SOS certificate of completion or demonstration of completion without any background checks on DVR candidates. So the bill mandates to us that we in Harris County would have to accept that because the SOS says this person is qualified, we have to accept that. We'd rather keep control at the local level and prefer that you not let 2956 move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, members? No, thank you very much. We have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office on the bill. Any questions for the Secretary of State's office? No? All right. The chair recognizes Representative Click to close on her bill.
I close.
All right. The chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 2956. Don't go far, Representative Click. And House Bill 2956 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill 2127 for consideration. Recognizes Representative Click to explain the bill.
I have some handouts. House Bill 2127 will simply require the state party chairs to include their presidential nominee's application for a place on the primary election ballot with their written certification of nomination to the Secretary of State. These will require state parties to submit one additional piece of paper to the Secretary of State with their nomination packet that is currently sent after the party's nominating convention. State party chairs deliver to the SOS written certification of their presidential and vice presidential nominations. In 2012, both the Republican and Democrat state party chairs certified that their candidates were eligible to hold those offices in their certification of nomination letter. House Bill 2127 would require the original application for a place on the primary ballot be included with the written nomination letter for a place on the general election ballot. Why should we do this? Well, it allows one location to have all the information for general election presidential candidates. Secretary of State already have the independent and write-in candidates for president because that's where they do their filing rather than with the political party chairs. Currently, to see these public records, an individual would have to contact no less than 3 organizations, Secretary of State, whichever political party. House Bill 2127 would allow for one location, and those, if you'll notice, the applications are a little bit different from write-in candidates versus the third-party candidates and the political parties. One of the things I'd like to point out to you, if you look on the application of Rick Santorum, and if you look at the section where it talks about the length of time in the state, it says 4 years, 3 months. But if you go to the Constitution as far as residency requirements, the required number is 14 years. So, just an aside on that. Any questions, members?
Any questions, members? No?
Okay.
Reserve the right to close. The chair recognizes Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party against the bill.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party. We registered against House Bill 2127, but only for a minor reason. We clearly can comply with sending in applications to the Secretary of State's office. The question that that arises here is that we're now putting in the statute that this party chair, state party chair, must certify that all of the qualifications for being president are met, which are being a natural-born citizen and being 35 years of age. we've asked, does that mean we have to see a birth certificate of Hillary Clinton and Martin O'Malley and Bernie Sanders if they file with us? Ms. Click has said we don't, but I don't know how we certify under oath that these are correct applications and meeting the federal qualifications unless we do. And so if it's legislative intent that we don't have to check anybody's birth certificate, we're okay with this. But if we do, we'd like it to say that.
Got any questions, members? No, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Alan Vera with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, committing the heresy of agreeing with Glenn Maxey. Sorry, Glenn. We have concerns. We're testifying on the bill. The bill gives state party chairs a lot of power without specific requirements for accuracy or penalties for abuse of that power granted. That concerns us. The bill gives the state party chair the ability to thwart the wishes of the national party. Does it? We don't know. If the national party decides a certain candidate has qualified, but the state party decides they have another candidate, does the state party chair then have the ability to override the national party? We think this bill is built on a very good idea. It just needs some work to avoid scaring the heck out of both the national parties and getting us in bigger trouble. That's all I have.
All right, questions, members?
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State's office is here as a resource on the bill if we have any questions. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Click to close on our bill.
Thank you, members, for the opportunity to lay this out. It is not my intention that a birth certificate is required, that all the filings would be in one location. It would make it very easy for individuals seeking those applications to be able to get them in one stop. And with that, I close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And House Bill 2127 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out House Bill 587 for consideration and recognizes Representative Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. House Bill 587 would require the Secretary of State, in coordination with the Commissioner of Education, to create a nonpartisan voter education program to be presented to high school seniors. Texas consistently ranks at or near the bottom of other states for voter turnout. Our most recent midterm elections only saw a third of eligible Texans vote. Voters ages 18 to 24 have the lowest participation rates of any other age group. Currently, one administrator at a high school campus must serve as a voter registrar for students. However, the Secretary of State has no template curriculum on voter education that they may utilize. With over 1.5 million high school students in Texas, an organized informational program is needed to inform these future voters of their civic duty and provide an opportunity to register to vote. HB 587 would allow for a program curriculum that includes the importance of voting, providing information on how to register to vote, voting procedures, election dates, and voting locations. And I'd like to reserve the right to close.
Okay, members, any questions? All right. And you want to reserve the right to close?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have Alan Vera representing himself. Chair calls Alan Vera representing himself with the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee on the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 587. It's a shame we feel we need a special law to teach what many of us learned in civics classes. But be that as it may, we think there are two problems with the bill we'd like to see fixed before we could fully support it. First of all, we believe the program content has to be canned and not delivered live, subject to the interpretation of the local school official giving the Secretary of State's program. We also believe that the script and content for the recording should be approved by the state heads of both parties or all four parties before money is spent to produce the piece. Second, we'd remove the requirement that the presentation must be during school hours. Our teachers are already buried under so many administrative requirements, it's a challenge to find time to teach what they should. So let's not take another couple of hours away from their already crazy schedules. Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions? All right. Chair calls, okay, we have Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State, if y'all have any questions. Okay. Okay, Ashley, we got a question. We do. Do you want to save her until last? Okay. On the bill, we'll call you later. We have Bill Sargent, representing himself, to Galveston County Clerk's Office on the bill.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, Galveston County, for myself and for the county on HB 587. Just wanted to tell you that what a great story we have in Galveston, because we already do this, or part of this. We actually conduct elections for some of our high schools. We program the ballot for them. They do their class president. They do their, all these different positions, and we tally it for them at the end of the day, and they love it. And it gets them involved, and it shows them how to vote, and shows them what they have to do. So that's all good. The one problem we have with it, however, is that if this comes in the middle of another election cycle, like a primary, of May elections, or November, then that causes problems for us in supporting it. So we're happy to do this kind of thing. It's a great outreach. We love to do it, but we want to do it at a time when it's convenient for what we have to do with the other things preparing for other elections.
Representative Israel.
Do you do the outreach with your existing staff, and do you have to hire anybody else to do what you do?
We do not.
And
now, if every high school in the county wanted to do it, that might make a difference. But right now, we only do it for one.
And the schools in which you go to, it's a welcome program, welcome presentation.
Oh yeah, the government teacher loves it. In fact, we've also done it for elementary schools.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so that's a good question. So y'all do this now at the invitation of? As
an outreach. Yeah.
Okay, how do you advertise on that?
Well, the schools come to us and say they want to do this. And then we go ahead and we did it for an elementary school because they're going to name the mascot for the school. So we did it for them.
Oh, so you're not limited to any grade?
No, we're not.
Okay. Well, what happens if you do it, say, like to a senior government class? Do y'all take voter registration cards with you?
No, we don't do that.
Okay.
What we do, the school administers who can vote and do all that. We program the ballot for them. We do it for Ball High School. We do it for 2 or 3 different classes all at the same time.
Oh, okay. Representative Feely? No? Okay. Okay, thanks a bunch. All right, Chair calls Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office against the bill.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying against House Bill, is it 587?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yes, this would be, if every high school in Harris County wanted to do this, we would have to hire another department. I mean, we took a rough estimate of, basically 200 high schools, including the private schools out there, that we would have to have, classes probably several times a day. If we have to do this every year, it would be a big burden on us. Much simpler idea is the Secretary of State on their website has excellent material about how you register to vote, how you participate in the voting process. They actually have a section for people under the age of 18 that explains all this to them. You could go to this. A teacher should be able to go to the Secretary of State's website and print the information off and teach a class on this with no problems at all. And I don't know why we have why our school districts would want the county clerk's office in the education business. It's the school's business.
Okay, Representative Israel.
Well, you heard the example of Galveston County. Have you guys ever been invited to go to a school and talk about the importance of voting and how you vote?
I don't know right off the bat. I'm sure we have been invited to schools. I personally have gone to a school or two and done it for my daughter's school, but that's about it. And when I did it, I went to the Secretary of State's website and I printed their web pages off, and that's the information I took with me.
Okay, well, so they already. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I beg to differ that you are a professional. You know what you're doing, and I think if a teaching professional asked you to come, you could very adequately say,
Yeah, but we don't have the staff to do this for every school in Harris County. That would be a huge burden.
I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm simply suggesting that you have.
Every principal in Harris County right now, every principal that's in a high school is a volunteer deputy already registered. They are already trained and can do this.
I just think it's nice to go talk to kids.
Well, it is nice to go talk to kids, but our job is not to educate kids. Our job is to, in our election department, is to run elections.
I'm not suggesting that, Mr. Harris.
So I don't want the county clerk to be in the education business.
I'm not suggesting that, Mr. Harris. I'm simply suggesting that it's a good thing for you to engage with young people, and I agree with you. I
on
wouldn't.
my personal time, I do that.
I wouldn't want you
I'm
to
a Boy Scout leader, and I
have to
do
do
other
that.
things like that, and I teach civic things like this. Yes, but the county clerk's office, I don't think should be in the education role.
I'm not suggesting that, Mr. Harris, but thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that y'all would have to schedule, I'm trying to see. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It limits it to
Sorry.
high school seniors. And so there are, what, you said about 200 public, private schools?
That's just by our best guess.
Right,
you know.
and so you have to think about how to schedule your folks for every one of those every year.
Correct.
Okay.
With and
And
most
they
of these are large high schools, and they would it wouldn't
have
be
several
just
senior
it wouldn't be just
classes,
one
yeah.
class. They have government classes all day long, so
Yeah.
you would have to schedule them multiple trips to a school in order to do this for a school.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, and let's see, we have Mike, Chair calls Mike Cornwell, representing himself, for the bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'm Mike Conwell, testifying
Oh,
for...
I'm sorry. What did I say, Cornwell? Thank
Conwell.
you. Conwell.
It's okay. It happens. Testifying for House Bill 587. Y'all will see me up here talking about moving issues between counties and things like that. As a voter registrar of over 600 people in 2008 and 2012, and as an election judge, moving seems to be the biggest hurdle in keeping people's voter registration up to date and allowing them to vote. Many people move within Austin and find themselves in a different county and not able to vote. I was just going to ask if the sponsor could add in a sentence, because it is a very detailed bill.
Can you talk in the mic,
Sorry,
please?
about the importance of keeping the address updated. These people are young. They'll be moving around a lot in the coming 10 years. And I would like y'all to help me drum it into their heads.
Okay.
That when they move, they update their voter registration.
Well, you know, most kids usually keep their parents' home address as their permanent address.
To a point, yes.
Believe me, for a long time. So
That's where the
move.
bills go.
Yes, that is so true. Okay.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have Ashley Fisher with Secretary of State on. That's the last one to testify publicly.
Hi, Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office, testifying on House Bill 547.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
587, sorry.
I just, it occurred to me that, I've seen your website, now you have some materials on there, and I thought I'd give you a chance to talk a little bit about it and how it could be used in a classroom setting.
Sure. We do have Project Vote materials on our website. They do go from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade. They are broken out by grade or level. You can print it out. There are project plans for teachers and like other activities to involve with students. If this became law, we would use that as a base for developing the high school senior specific one.
When was that material put together?
I'm not 100% sure. I know it was in the late 2000s. I think Secretary Andrade was here.
And did our Secretary of State staff do it, or did you contract with a consulting firm to do it?
I am not sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, so right now, Ashley, I'm sorry, I was just trying to verify something. The government teacher can pull this off and give a class on it if they want to talk about civics.
Correct.
Oh.
And
okay.
high school principals are, virtue of the election code, a VDR, so they are required.
Say that again. What?
They're a volunteer deputy registrar, so they're required to at least once a semester to provide registration
The
applications.
government teachers are?
No, high school principals.
Oh, high school principals are automatically deputy registrars?
Yes.
Don't they have to sign up every year?
No. by virtue of being a high school principal, they are a VDR. So, and they're required to
Really?
give out applications to students that are 17 years and 10 months, fall semester or spring semester.
So maybe we ought to have the principal giving the class. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, members? All right. That's all the public testimony, and we have looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 who signed up against that did not wish to testify. And close 20 that signed up in favor that did not wish to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 587? And seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Hernandez to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, and I appreciate the comments and testimony from our witnesses. And just want to clarify that on page 2 of the bill, it's permissive language. It's not requiring our county clerk's
I'm sorry, I
office.
didn't hear that. What?
On page 2, it's permissive language that the county clerk's office may present the program to high school seniors. We're not requiring them to go to every single high school in their county. And it's just developing a uniform curriculum to be used statewide. We heard wonderful testimony from some of the counties that are already doing this. And so it's just a tool for our schools to use to present the curriculum to our high school students.
So they could go through the Secretary of State?
Right.
Okay.
And on page 1, it lists all the information that we want them to include in that curriculum. I know we had some testimony.
Have you seen what they have now?
I'm sorry?
Have you seen what is on the SOS's
No,
website now?
this is our senator is the one working on this bill, and we're carrying the campaign.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds
so
good.
With that, I appreciate your time and would request your favorable consideration.
Okay.
Thank you. I close.
All right. This time, Chair will leave House Bill 587 pending, and the Chair lays out House Bill 1659 and recognizes Representative Miller to explain his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I believe we have a substitute.
Oh, thank you. Hold on a second. 1659. Okay. Let's see. All right. That's right. Okay. And hold on a second, Rick. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. All right. Representative Phelan offers the substitute to House Bill 1659, and now the chair calls on Representative Miller to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Phelan, thank you very much. In the last session, I sponsored House Bill 666, which some of you may remember.
Yes,
which,
we all
created
do.
Quite a stir. I think that was my first bill, too. So took a little hazing on that one. Anyway, that created what is now known as the annual ballot request for our seniors and disabled Texans to be able to request all the mail ballots for the year on a single application. It's been very popular across the state. One of the reasons for doing this was also the problem of our clerks not being able to process all their applications in a small window right before each election. Harris County, for example, had less than a month in 2012 to process 70,000 plus applications for mail-in ballots. Because of the calendar, in order for voters to be able to submit their annual application in time for the March primary, they will need to apply in the first month of 2016. The parties and presidential candidates and local candidates will mail applications to seniors in January, which will inundate our clerk's offices in late January. So this bill does two things. It makes an application submitted this year in 2015 good for 2016. It makes these applications last not for a year but for a voting cycle, just as we do now for a voter registration card or for a deputy voter registrar certificate. So a voter can sign up for their local May election or the constitutional amendment election in the odd year, or an example of the Harris County City Mayor election this coming year. And that will be the one time they have to request a mail-in ballot, and then they'll get their 2016 mail-in ballot. So this is good for the county elections administrators and county clerks, and also for those voters who request a mail-in ballot. With that,
can you talk about the difference between the substitute and the original?
Let's
You have a
see.
little section here.
Yeah, if you look at, gosh, I hadn't pulled that together. Well, you can see paragraph B, 2A, 1 and 2 is the where it shows the differences between the two. It lays it out with the specific odd year, even year examples. And that's really the differences right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions, members?
Any
All right.
questions? I reserve the right to close.
All
I think
right.
we have a few witnesses.
All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of the bill.
Glenn Maxley, Texas Democratic Party, in favor of House Bill 1659, or the committee substitute there too. Both political parties will once again send out applications to vote by mail to seniors for 2016 because there will be high interest in the primaries, presidential primaries. We'll be doing that right after the 1st of January, which means that, you know, all of our counties are going to get inundated with applications at the end of January and have to process them in about a 30-day period. That was the problem under the old law of having to apply within 60 days of an election. The annual ballot moved that back, but now we're going to have caused the same sort of situation for primaries because nobody can apply for a 2016 ballot until right after the first of the year, January 1st. So this is going to give our clerks more time. If we have more time, the parties will drop that mail much earlier. We would do it at the end of 2015. And then you have the unique situation of a county like Harris County where there will be a high number of people voting by mail in their city election, and within 60 days they have to fill out a new application to get the primary ballot. And so if this bill was in effect, the people who vote in the odd year, low turnout elections would be able to ask for their general election, primary and general elections of 2016. It'll be much more convenient for seniors and disabled people and help the county clerks process these applications in a more timely manner. We think it's a great bill.
Any questions? All right. Chair calls George Hammerling with the Harris County Clerk's Office in favor of the bill.
Good evening, George Hammerline with the Harris County Clerk's Office here to support HB 1659. Mainly it would allow kind of an easy cleanup for us. A lot of people that do ask for a request of ballot by mail in one cycle, this would shoot them over to the next few months and keep it active. But it doesn't act like an evergreen, so we're not worried about that. Where it's just good once someone requests it. We have concerns about that, but this seems to address a fairly short, concise time cycle, and we think it would probably reduce a little work in our office and give the voter, in case one of the primary campaigns makes some mistake and don't harass them and send them 38 applications to vote by mail, they'll still have one on its file. But it also would save both political parties money.
Right. Any
People that do
questions?
good database work.
Representative Israel.
Thank you for being here. I mean, having an urban a perspective of a county as big as Harris County is helpful, but how many staff do you have?
In our ballot by mail office?
Yeah, if you had to, I guess I'm thinking about how many of your staff are impacted or saved by not having to do this as frequently.
Well,
you pull people off of other jobs and
Well,
other
we probably have
projects.
about a permanent staff of, 12 to 15 in ballot by mail. And then as we go into gubernatorial and presidential, that'll go up to about 30 or 40.
So
just
this
to process the mail.
Yeah.
So any small, someone else may look at goes, this only saves a couple of minutes or this only saves 5 minutes. Well, when you get 80,000 requests for ballots by mail in a presidential cycle, that's a lot of minutes. And just less chance of error once it's entered in, just automatic.
Who pays for the postage?
We do.
Have you calculated how much postage you would save?
No, I mean, that was one thing making that we were supporting the last cycle, the annual request for ballot by mail, that saved lots of money. And we didn't really analyze this one because it would mainly be the people that participate in the November and December City of Houston cycle run election, then it would carry over into the primaries.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Any questions, members? All right, thank
Thanks.
you. All right, we have Ashley Fisher, the Secretary of State, on the bill. If y'all have any questions? And seeing none. And this is, there are absolutely none against, lots of fours. So, is there, Rick, you scored. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 1659? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Miller to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We work with both parties putting this together, and so I think it's a great bill. With your support, I would like to have it sent to local and consent calendar.
Okay.
Any questions? I'll close.
All right. At this time, the chair, okay, let's see. All right. Chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 1659, and House Bill 1659 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 2160 and recognizes Representative Paul, who's been very patient to explain his bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members.
And let's see.
This should be a pretty easy bill. There is a committee substitute.
Okay.
And I don't think if y'all have had it yet.
No, I don't see it. We
All
don't
right.
have it. I don't think we have. So just go ahead and,
I'll lay out the original bill. It's not a whole lot difference, and I can answer questions about both
okay.
if y'all so wish. But Bill 2160, House Bill 2160 is to protect election poll workers from unwanted contact through their phone and email addresses. Currently, judges and clerks who work at the election polls do not have their information protected. Several different organizations seek personal information of these poll workers through a Texas Public Information Act request, and there is no protection for them. Organizations should procure information through a Texas Public Information request or calling poll workers on their personal cell phones. Poll workers are now refusing to work because they do not want to be contacted by organizations because they already didn't do civic duty. Poll workers should be able to protect their phone numbers and email addresses. And the committee substitute basically allows
Which you're not laying out, you're just saying
yes. Well, I don't know
what you'll do.
What I
mean,
will do, if it's okay to talk about
Yeah,
it,
go
the
ahead.
changes would be is that it allows county party officials to have that information so wish, and the state executive committees to be able to use that information for the purpose of recruiting election judges.
Okay. Members, any questions? All right. Well, you reserve the right
I
to
reserve the right
close.
to close.
All right. The chair calls Zenobia Joseph, representing self, on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Zenobia Joseph, representing myself, testifying on House Bill 2160. I wanted to ask the author to consider, at first I thought a home address, simply because there's a bill that'll be heard in the Senate tomorrow that addresses this, something similar for public servants, but I do recognize that as a volunteer deputy registrar, there's a database that contains addresses, so that may not be appropriate, but it is something to consider. The other thing I would ask him to consider is on lines 10 and 11 of the bill. Specifically, he talks about the phone number of the election judge and clerk to be collected and maintained by authority conducting the election. And I would ask him to recognize the need to include the commissioners' courts and political parties there as well. And I'll give you just my example. Specifically, the information that went to the political party was for me to actually serve as an election judge. I requested from January to July to be a term-appointed judge. But because I was not selected or my information just was not submitted to the commissioner's court, my phone number and personal information was not released to the general public. But if the information is only protected in the county clerk's office, for example, if that information is sent to the commissioner's court and the parties also have that information, an individual could then request that same information through another means. So I think it's important to try to close the loop so that individuals are not able to get it from one entity, but they're prohibited in another. And I think that's pretty much all that I had as it relates to what I wanted him to add to the bill. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Any questions, members? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Chair calls Ed Johnson in support of the bill.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, in support of House Bill 2160. This became a problem in Harris County, probably 2 years ago, our last election cycle. We had some national campaigns come and make an open record request on our office for give us all of the information we have on people that serve as poll workers, judges, alternate judges, and their clerks. We at the clerk's office encourage these people to give us their personal cell phone numbers, give us their personal email addresses, because in cases of an emergency on election day, we need to be able to contact them. So we have a lot of these in personal information on all these clerks. The Harris, your voter roll, if you put a phone number on your voter registration app, which there's a thing, that is protected and cannot be given out. These judges, election judges, actually have the same authority as a district judge. You cannot get a district judge's personal information cell phone thing. You cannot get a Harris County employee's personal cell phone or email address on an open record request. There's a big hole here for people serving as election clerks, and consequently, I have firsthand knowledge of this. That's why I'm up speaking on this bill and brought it. Was my wife served as an election judge, and she started getting phone calls and soliciting her and questioning her about who she's supporting in the race and stuff like that on her cell phone. And she go, "How'd they get my number?" And I said, "Well, sweetie, our office gave it out." And then I slept on the couch the next week.
You're in trouble.
Mr. Johnson, how long did you sleep on the couch after that?
Yes, it makes it difficult for our office, the clerk's office, to get this information from the judges. It makes them apprehensive in giving it to us because they don't want it given out to the public, but we need it in order to conduct elections. Now, on the committee sub and all the other concerns, and this is maybe a good question to ask the Secretary of State, and it may be our bad interpretation of the bill, but we were under the understanding that in the business of conducting an election, the list could be provided to the parties or to school districts or whoever is trying to conduct an election for them to use the information to get judges and clerks and things like that. So in the business of conducting an election, I think it would be open, but for someone from the outside, a campaign making the request, it would not be open.
I think you said something about that in the sub.
Yeah, but I think even without the sub, we were under the understanding, maybe a good question for Secretary of State, we were under the understanding that it was still protected and we could still share that list with other entities that are for the business of conducting an election.
Okay. Well, Representative Schofield.
Mr. Johnson, did you hear Ms. Zenobia Joseph's testimony about her information being given out from some entity other than the entity conducting the election, commissioners, courts, or whatnot? How does the information that you get in your office from poll workers get to the commissioner's court or some other place?
We actually provide it to the commissioner's court. We provide it to because the commissioner's court, up until 20 days before the election, is actually the responsible party for filling the election judge positions, judges and alternate judges. They have to make that appointment. So the commissioner courts will request our office. We are the keeper of the database. They will request from our office, and we will give them information on clerks that have served in different locations, so they can try to see if they can get one of those clerks to step up to be a judge or an alternate judge, so they can fill holes. We also give it to both local political parties, because it is their responsibility to provide a list to the to the commissioners so the commissioners can appoint from that list. So they need to be able to contact these people to try to get people to submit to the commissioner's court.
So it might actually be a good idea to clarify that it's not just the entity holding the election, it's any governmental entity who gets it as a result of that.
I think that would be a very good clarification in the bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Chair, let's see. Chair calls Alan Vera, representing himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, on the bill.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying on HB 2160. The only reason we were testifying on instead of for is we had not become aware of the committee substitute. With the addition of providing the information to the parties and the Secretary of State, we would be for the bill.
Okay, great. Any questions, members? All right. Chair calls Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party in favor of the bill.
Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democratic Party in favor of House Bill 2160. With the caveat, I hate to say that I'm agreeing with Mr. Vera.
Kumbaya.
Kumbaya. As long as the parties still have access to be able to get it. We often are the people who are writing the election worker judges that we ask the Commissioner's Court to appoint and are appointed to try to make sure that they're in for training on time. We're the ones that sort of push everybody to do what the county clerks are asking them to do, so we often need their contact information.
Okay, so I see that, but then y'all could pass it on. I mean, either party could pass it on to national, whoever, whatever. Is there any kind of concern about that happening?
I'm fine with it saying for the parties for their internal use and that we cannot do that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I was just
we
thinking
want to make
about
sure
that.
that we have it, our county parties have it to do the kind of work that we need to do.
I
to
just
make
thought
sure.
about that after Alan testified. Representative Schofield.
And when you talk about needing access to it for your local political party, are you talking about, in your case, needing access to it for the Democrat workers or for both parties' workers?
Both parties' workers. No, I'm sorry. No, the people who appoint the judges, we recommend to the county clerk or give a list. And if we give a list, they must use that list for the judges using the parameters of the statute. We're trying to get ours.
So yours.
Ours.
'Cause I would think, and I could be wrong in a primary, perhaps I could be wrong, but I would think that the concerns that they raised would be alleviated if the R's had the R's and the D's had the D's, and you don't have each other's.
That's what I intend. I don't need to talk to Republican judges.
But he's wearing his purple tie today, so he's speaking for everybody.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Any other questions, members? All right. Chair calls Jacqueline Callan, Texas, representing yourself and the Texas Association of Election Administrators, in favor of the bill.
She's not here.
Oh, okay. And so she does not wish to testify. And let's see. And then we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State, if anybody has any questions on the bill. All right. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3 against that do not wish to testify. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for that are in favor and do not wish to testify. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 2160? Seeing none, the chair calls Representative Dennis Paul to close. I hate these two first names. Sorry, Dennis.
Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. There's all of this two first name clubs caucus and the thing going.
We all have your own caucus, yeah.
Thank you again, and the committee substitute will be coming if y'all haven't had it already. But for the 48 hours that it's there, I think it does say that it would be for party purposes, for election judge purposes, and not to be used for anything else. But we'll double check that language. And without any other questions, then I'll close.
Okay, great. Chair, at this time, we'll leave House Bill 2160 pending. And is Chair Gonzalez here? I saw him in the back. Is he back there? He's not? He left?
He was earlier.
Well, Goldman's not sitting here either, so.
What bill? 30 seconds.
No, we'll move on. Okay, so are you ready for Munoz? Yeah. All right, Chair lays out House Bill 4060 by Representative Munoz and recognizes Representative Israel to lay out the bill and explain it, or to explain its bill. 4060. And there is a committee substitute. So Representative Reynolds offers the substitute to House Bill 4060, and the chair calls now on Representative Israel to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 4060 is a clarifying bill for the Election Code, Section 231. 4060 amends the Election Code to clarify that the rules governing civil suits in the district court, especially the awarding of attorney's fees and court costs, apply to election contests in the district court. That's all the explanation I have.
That's okay.
Thank you for your attention, and I will close for him. I'm not sure if we have other folks who are here to testify.
We got a
on behalf of the
couple.
bill.
All right. I have a feeling he's not here, but Brad Parsons, representing himself, signed up against the bill, said he wanted to testify, but I don't see him, so he does not wish to testify. And then Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State, on the bill. Do y'all have any questions? No. All right, so we have one that signed up against, does not wish to testify, 3 in favor, do not wish to testify. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on the committee substitute for House Bill 4060? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
I close.
Okay, so with that, the chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 4060, and House Bill 4060 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 4072 by Representative Munoz and recognizes Representative Israel to explain the bill. And again, there's a substitute, so Representative Reynolds offers a substitute to House Bill 4072. And again, the chair calls on Representative Israel to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 4072 creates an equitable solution to frivolous petitions that may happen. House Bill 4072 creates an equitable solution to frivolous petitions that may happen in an election contest. The committee substitute is a cleanup bill by the Leg Council where they consolidated sections 2 and 3 of the introduced bill. House Bill 4072 authorizes the district judge on the motion of a party or on the judge's own motion to determine whether the contestant's petition in an election contest of which a district court has jurisdiction is frivolous or otherwise does not state the grounds necessary to maintain the contest. The bill authorizes the judge, if the judge determines that the petition is frivolous or groundless, to dismiss the contest with prejudice. The bill also authorizes the district judge to order the contestant to pay the reasonable attorney's fees of the contestee if the judge determines that the contestant's petition was frivolous or groundless. In addition, House Bill 4072 authorizes the House, considering an election contest of a general or special election for the office of state senator or state representative, to order the contestant to pay the reasonable attorney's fees of the contestee if the committee hearing the contest agrees with a determination by the master of discovery. Clearly, an attorney wrote this for Representative Munoz, that the contestant's petition was frivolous or groundless.
Okay, attorneys.
That's all I have on that.
All right, and so I'd like to close. All right, any questions?
That sounded
I
that's all
don't
I have
see
on
any.
that.
And Chair calls Brad Parsons, who signed up against the bill and representing himself, and apparently does not wish to testify because he's not here. And then we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. If y'all have any questions. Other than that, is there anyone who wishes, and there's like 2 against and 3 for, who do not wish to testify. And is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on the committee substitute for House Bill 4072? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
I close.
All right, so the Chair withdraws the substitute to House Bill 4072, and House Bill 4072 will be left pending at this time. And so, let's see, Representative Reynolds, you ready? Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 2381 and recognizes Representative Reynolds to
Thank you.
explain it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, there is a committee substitute that I would like to lay out.
Okay. Representative Israel lays out the committee substitute to House Bill 2381, and the chair calls on Representative Reynolds to explain.
Thank you. The substitute for House Bill 2381 removes several aspects of the original bill that were problematic while still addressing multiple issues related to the appointment of election workers. I want to say at the outset that this was a work that I met with numerous stakeholders. I appreciate everyone's input to help us evolve and make this a better bill. First, in the previous sessions, efforts have been made to try to ensure that election workers are appointed in equitable numbers across the state in all elections. The most notable is the fact that, due to a loophole in the election code, the county clerk or election administrator could appoint early voting workers for the primary election that are entirely of one party. So it is possible that all early voting workers processing primary voters of one party in a county could be of the opposite party. House Bill 2381 adds language to the code that makes the process of selecting early voting workers for the primary consistent with the way this process works for early voting in the general election. Additionally, there is currently nothing in the election code that specifies how election day judges should be appointed in counties using county-wide poll locations. This lack of rules means that the procedures vary from county to county. House Bill 2381 seeks to provide basic guidelines for appointment of election workers in these counties that are similar to those used under traditional precinct-based poll location systems and provide equitable representation for the political parties. Also, the bill allows the county political party submitting lists of election workers for appointment to provide those lists to the county clerk or election administrator, who can then provide those lists at the appropriate time and in the appropriate format to the Commissioner's Court. This is how the process works in practice in many counties already, but the code still requires submission directly to the Commissioner's Court in order to be legally recognized. Lastly, the bill requires contact information for election workers to be distributed to the other election workers and the political parties so that the workers can communicate with each other and the political parties can communicate with the workers prior to the election. At this time, I would just go ahead and make myself available for any questions and or just reserve the right to close.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, Ron. So this would require for early voting or for every election?
Every election.
Every election.
Correct.
Okay. So does it supersede the way judges and alternates are selected now by the last gubernatorial vote on who would be the judge and who would be the alternate? It just deals with the election workers?
Yes, it just deals with the election workers.
So what happens if you can't get an equal number of election workers? I mean, it seems like you're what we had in my county is, we had one party send in, a list of names, and they just couldn't even get enough folks to volunteer as election workers. So it wasn't going to be balanced. It wasn't that they were trying to get all of one party. They just couldn't find folks to work equally.
Well, this would, sometimes in practice it may not be equal, and it's not designed to equalize it, but it would provide the process so that it could be equitable. There may be situations where it can't, but this bill would provide.
I'm trying to understand it, how it's different than what's going on now. So go ahead.
Well, and so basically, the crux of it is so that all early voting workers processing primary voters of one party in a county could be of the opposite party. It's to add language to the code that makes the process of selecting voters for the primary consistent with the way the process works for early voting in the general election.
just for early voting.
Correct.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Okay. Okay, all right, thanks. Any other questions, members? Representative Schofield.
I have one, but it's essentially three parts. What are the three sections that are repealed? What do they do?
You know what? We may have a resource witness. Do you have somebody here that?
I do. Yes. I do, Madam Chair.
You want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So all right. 2381. So the chair's going to call Bill Sargent with the County Clerk's Legislative Committee on the bill. Hopefully you can explain it to us.
Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections at Galveston County, testifying on behalf of the County Clerk's Legislative Committee on legislation HB 2381. I've seen your committee substitute, Mr. Reynolds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I've taken the liberty of drafting substitute language to the substitute to try to assist you in what we're doing. The County Clerk's Legislative Committee opposes the release of email addresses and phone numbers of workers. Now, that being said, let me tell you how the process is supposed to work. I understand from some people I've talked to in this room between the time I wrote these comments and today, is that the way it's supposed to work is the county chairs give to us in the county clerk's office the list of people who they want to have serve. Okay? And then with that, they give us the email addresses and the phone numbers and whatever. So the way it's supposed to work, the chair should already have that information. They shouldn't have to come to us to get it because they already have it. They give it to us. At least that's the way it's supposed to work.
The county chairs.
The county chair.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that's not happening, that means somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do according to the code. Because that's the way it's supposed to work. And then we take that list and we give it to the county commissioners. But interestingly enough, our county commissioners don't care about that, about the email addresses or the information about contacting them. So we don't even give our county commissioners the phone numbers. Now we exchange information for a person at a polling location. We take, the Democrat judge or alternate judge gets the Republicans' information. The Republican, they have to set up the election. They have to get ready for the polling location. We also give them the contact of the people who are at the facility. So we give them all they need to get the job done. But the party chairs shouldn't have to come to us to get the list of contact information because they already give it. They give it to us, or they should be giving it to us. So the part that the Legislative Committee of the County Clerks Association objects to, the only part at this point that I'm aware of, is the sharing of email information and phone numbers. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm getting excited because I see an opportunity here to codify what we're actually doing in countywide vote centers. And that excites me. Let me just tell you what we do in Galveston County to give you an idea of the flavor of how this thing works. And I'll start that by contrasting precinct-specific voting versus countywide vote centers. In a precinct-specific kind of a situation, let's say in your precinct, you have 3 highly qualified judges. But in Miss Israel's precinct, there are none. Well, guess what? We got a problem because in a precinct-specific election, we need a judge to serve over there. But you got 3 of them, and she has none. What are we going to do? Countywide vote centers, not a problem, because we have a list of people who we've been given. In some cases, we could get all 3 of those people from your precinct. And Miss Representative Israel's district is right next to yours. So we just take one of those people and we put that in that precinct or in that polling location. So the flexibility you have with countywide vote centers means you can move anybody anywhere. And that's what we do. Now,
But you can have the election judge from another precinct if you don't have one to fill in that precinct.
Well, you could do that as an emergency appointment.
Right.
But let me tell you the games that we've seen played. And I hate to admit it that I played this game, all right, before I got this job.
It is, you're on.
I hate to admit it, but I have firsthand knowledge of it, okay? We had a precinct in which we did not have, it was a Republican precinct. This is when we were precinct specific. We had a Republican precinct, and we didn't have anybody serve. So we found a person who said that they would do it, but that person had no knowledge, no background, no understanding of elections, had never worked an election before. So we put clerks in with her who could help her do the job, just so we could keep the presiding judge. All right? I hate to tell you that. I did that.
Oh, are you saying that there was a Democrat who would...
Because in a precinct-specific election, if you don't have a Republican in a Republican precinct, it's the Democrat who takes it, right?
I see. I got you. Okay.
All right, and I hate to admit that I did that. I've reformed
I'm sure
since
that
then.
I'm sure that doesn't happen
Oh, it happens all over the place. All right, and I've reformed since then. Now, now the different hat, where you stand depends on where you sit, I suppose. But the bottom line is that I saw it happen on the other side too. So it's not just on my side. So this does away with that, with countywide vote centers, because you can have as many people on that list as you want, and if they're qualified, they can serve anywhere. And so let's go beyond that. All right, how do we deal with the issue of who gets the presiding judge versus who gets the alternate judge? Okay, if you're in a precinct-specific kind of a situation, then we know who that precinct went for in that gubernatorial election. Okay, countywide vote centers, well, that's not the same thing. So what we do is this in our county: we say, okay, we know where those polling locations that we're going to use are located. And I think geographically, spatially, where are the population centers? Where are we going to serve the people who are going to vote? And interestingly enough, it's the minority district that has more polling places, that is to be Democrat, than the Republicans. All right. Now, that's not more total, but that's more by that commissioner's precinct. All right. So what we do is this: we say, we're going to put the polling location here in Kemah, we're going to put it in Dickinson, or wherever it may be.
Okay. Let me just stop you for a second. If you have the countywide polling centers, you're combining several. It's done logically, I think, where you combine actual precincts.
No, I'm not combining. That's super precincts. Super precincts is where you say, here's your polling location for these precincts. You must vote at that polling location. If you're doing countywide vote centers,
voting centers,
you can vote anywhere.
I know, but I'm thinking the way Collin County set it up is they took precincts. They did countywide voting centers on election day, and they took precincts. They tried to keep them, in the same area, and they created a voting center, in this area with all these surrounding precincts. They put a voting center, and I know everybody could go anywhere, but just for the sake of organization, they did organize it by precincts. And the way they did it in selecting their election judges and their alternates is they took the overall vote in the county of, the last gubernatorial election. And I said, okay, X number of counties went Democrat, went for the Democrat, X number of counties went for the Republican, and that's how they divided up the election judges.
Well, we don't care about precincts.
Well,
in Galveston County. If I took the total number of votes in Galveston County and how many went Republican versus Democrat, it would disadvantage the Democrats, because we have a large block of votes in the north part of the county, more voters up there than anywhere else in the county.
Okay, so this bill says it's split straight down the middle.
Well, so no. Let me just explain what we do. We don't think about where the.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what this bill does in relation to what's going on now. what the problem is and how the bill
Well,
solves
I
it.
have taken the liberty of striking section C1 from his legislation and inserting in lieu thereof a suggested language, which is what I've passed out to you all. But if I can explain what we do, I think it may be helpful to you.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the problem is now and what the bill fixes.
I'm not sure what Mr. Reynolds was trying to get at when he drafted this. I know that what it says here is not what we do, and what we do, I think, is the best thing. Well, of course, I'm a great American; it would be. But if I can just take a second to explain how we're doing, because we don't think we've gotten rid of this precinct mentality in the
Well, I'm
county.
still thinking precincts.
And so we put locations based on where population centers are. And then we go ahead and we look at, okay, now that we know where those polling locations are going to be, what precinct do they happen to sit in? So we don't think ahead of time what precinct we're going to put this place in. We think, where's the best place to put it? And then we look at the precinct it's in and we say, how did it go for governor? Who won that election in that precinct? That determines who the presiding judge is, who the alternate judge is. So our thinking was not keyed into which precinct it was, but geographically what's best for the voters. And then based on that, we ended up, it turns out there are more Republicans than Democrat voters in our county. And that's the way it turned out. But it's fair to them to do it that way.
Okay, so that's how you interpret this bill.
That's how our language would do that. And
So you need to talk to him about that.
That's what we're suggesting.
That's something different outside.
And that's what we handed out to everybody to help you all.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing we do is we appoint and have the Commissioners Court appoint more judges than we have positions for. We don't appoint people by position. We don't say, you're going to Kemah, you're going to Dickinson, you're going to Galveston. We say, these are the list of the people who've been given us to by the parties. We want all of these people approved. And then that gives us the ability, without having to go back to Commissioner's Court, if we have somebody get sick or whatever, we already have somebody approved. We had a situation where the alternate judge, who's a Democrat, actually passed on, died. And interestingly enough, her presiding judge was her daughter. So both of them were gone. All right. Well, rather than have to go out and find somebody, we already had it right there. We said, you two take over. And that's what we did. It worked great. So what I'm suggesting to you is a way that's fair as far as giving people the presiding and alternate judges. It gives us flexibility, and it helps us to pull a situation where you have more than one qualified judge in a particular precinct to pull anyone we want to any place in the county where we need them, as long as we follow the structure of, it's Republican or Democratic presiding judge and alternate judge. We keep that rubric, so we don't step out beyond that.
Okay, any questions, members? All right, thank you.
And he was kind enough to come by my office. We said
we
continue to
Absolutely.
make this bill a work in progress.
Yeah, I was going to say, have y'all
Yes, we have.
visited? Okay, good. All right, and we have Zenobia Joseph. Chair calls Zenobia Joseph, representing herself on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Zenobia Joseph, representing myself, testifying neutrally on the committee substitute to House Bill 2381. And I really am making my comments based on Representative Reynolds' remarks when he laid out the bill. I think my comments are germane simply because you kept asking what's the difference now and what does the bill fix. My personal experience in Travis County is that the early voting process as it relates to the poll workers is very arbitrary and it's opaque. I've asked Dana de Beauvoir specifically to post or if she has any kind of personnel manual. And I think the broader implications for the state is that we do need to have uniformity, and there needs to be some way for citizens who want to participate in early voting to know what that process is. That could be posted electronically or that could be in hard copy. But I think that's the bigger problem, is that you don't know. And so what I have experienced is that it's almost like reverse discrimination. You have the elderly poll workers who've done it for years, and they keep getting priority. So when I met with Dana DeBevoise on November 5th, 2014, with Michael Wynn and Michelle Parker, who are her first and second in charge of the elections division, I asked specifically if she gave a preference to veterans, because there's a federal statute and there's also state law that gives veterans a preference. And she said she wasn't sure she wanted to give a preference to veterans, but yet the elderly, the senior citizens, get a preference, because if you go to your polling place, oftentimes, at least in Travis County, the same senior citizens are there time and time again. And so the question begins, how do we then infuse, and I know you heard legislation earlier today about the young people, but if you have a closed system where you give priority to the senior citizens, but that's not publicly stated anywhere, it's kind of like a gentlewoman's agreement, in Travis County anyway, since we have a female as the county clerk, I think it's really problematic. It disenfranchises the veterans because she's not wanting to give them a preference. It disenfranchises the young people. So I think what this bill is trying to do is the equitable distribution of the workers. I will tell you, however, that there's always a loophole, and I think in essence it relies on integrity and honesty. I personally can tell you that I was of one party, and I'll disclose that I was the Democratic judge at one election site, and there was another lady I was the alternate rather, and she was the primary Democratic judge. But when it came time to actually vote, her husband voted and she voted, and her daughter stamped Republican on her hand. So in essence, I ended up calling the county because I was the only Democrat on the site. So you're really looking at integrity and hoping that people who say that they are representing a party is in fact doing that in order to get that equitable distribution that Representative Reynolds is putting forth in his piece of legislation. And if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Okay. And you're right about the seniors.
Yes, Madam Chair.
They love to do this.
Yes, so. and I respect my elders, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to give them
and a lot of them are veterans.
Yeah.
They have their little caps on.
I agree. So. And if they're going to give them priority, all I'm asking the county to do is just to close it so that citizens like myself, I've asked, and 6 months out before the presidential election, asked to work. I was either too early, too late.
Call and we grab you out.
And the same people are there. So it would just be helpful if it was transparent and posted either online or hard copy so that new blood can get into the system because they want to participate too. So no offense to the seniors.
I'll let you handle that one.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions? Thank you. Any questions?
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative.
Good information. Okay, and then we have Ashley Fisher, Secretary of State. If y'all have any questions, and really seem to. And let's see, we have 4 that do not wish to testify, 3 against that do not wish to testify. Oh, wait, we want to change. And so Chair calls up Glenn Maxey with the Texas Democrat Party, who is for the bill, but now wishes and did not wish to testify. But now can we change it to yes, you do want to testify?
Glenn Maxey, Texas Democratic Party, testifying in favor of House Bill 2381, committee substitute. Just want to be very clear that the goal here is that in current statute there is no law guiding how early voting in primaries or voting centers is done. We simply want guidance that when a party does submit names, that the clerk cannot say, because there's nothing in the statute, I'm going to put them all of one party. We've had that happen in multiple counties in the last election cycles. Even though there were Democrats available, the clerk said, I don't have to follow that equitable thing that's in the rest of the ways we do this for general elections or other elections because the statute is silent.
So, because voting centers are now starting to happen. You're just wanting to clarify it for that. So
Correct.
and the voting centers are for the general election, not just for early
Correct.
voting.
And so we're not wed to a system, and Mr. Sargent's system sounds nice. There are many other ideas that people perhaps have brought forward. We just want something in the statute so that a party who is in the minority, who presents names to be election judges, are equitably actually used and not shut out.
Okay.
And the last thing, Section 1 of this bill is about the way the list becomes appointment. In the current statute, it states that the county parties give the list to the Commissioner's Court, which means the Commissioner's Court really is having to go back to their election administrators or clerks to make sure everybody is actually qualified and has gone through the trainings, etc. So this puts it in the right order, that the list goes to the election administrator or clerk, who verify that everybody is eligible to be an election judge or clerk, and then it goes to the Commissioner's Court, and we support that.
Okay. Any other questions, members?
One other point. This bill, even though there's testimony about the list of email addresses, and once the Commissioner's Court appoints, we in many counties have a hard time getting the list of the election judges back from the clerk. So that's why we're asking, once they appoint them, they give them back, and we just say that if you're going to give it to...
But you gave them to them in the first place, so you would have all the information to begin
Well, we
with.
give a list, but then who gets appointed is another situation. The Commissioner's Court actually appoints, and so after they're appointed, we want to know who got appointed, and if the information is going to them with emails and phone numbers, we'd like to come back, because these appointment lists go to the county back in June or prior to June, and their appointments are made in June. There are additional appointments made throughout, emergency appointments. We just want to know that if something's done, we know who those are.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, so that was the last to testify publicly. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again testified signed up for the bill, do not wish to testify. 3 signed up against the bill, do not wish to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 2381? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer Representative Schofield's question, this repeals 3 sections of the Election Code, Section 32.06B, which says that if a vacancy in an election judge arises and the Executive Committee is not scheduled to meet, the Chair can appoint without approval of the Executive Committee. That's not needed anymore. Section 32.010 requires physical copies of precinct maps be given to election judges and election materials. Not necessary anymore. Information is available online. And finally, Section 32.0511D repeals prohibition against appointing more than 2 students in election as election clerks. And Glenn pretty much kind of gave the intent of it. It's not really to favor Democrats or Republicans, but just to provide equity for both parties in these elections with these election centers. So pretty much this will give them some guidance and practices of which to follow when they when they commence these hiring workers. And with that, I close.
Okay. And so the chair is going to withdraw the substitute to House Bill 2381, and at this time leave House Bill 2381 pending. All right, Chair lays out House Bill 4032 and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain. It lays out House Bill 4032 by Representative Gonzalez and recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 4032 simply allows political signs to be placed on private property starting on the 90th day before early voting. Current law states signs are able to be placed beginning 90 days before the election. So the law clarifies any misunderstandings regarding when election begins, and it does not prohibit anyone from placing signs on their own property. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll answer any questions or reserve the right to close.
Okay, any questions? All right, seeing none. And we have Ashley Fisher with Secretary of State on the bill. If anyone has any questions, seeing none. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 folks who have registered for the bill that do not wish to testify. 1 against the bill that does not wish to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 4032? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Goldman to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Okay. At this time, House Bill 4032 will be left pending. So now the chair lays out House Bill 953 and recognizes Chairman Alvarado to explain her bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity.
And it's not that late.
It is not. It's not even dark outside
and you
yet.
have a committee substitute.
Yeah, I do. I
So-
would appreciate a layout.
Okay, Representative Reynolds lays out or offers the substitute to House Bill 953. And again, I call on Chair Alvarado to explain the committee substitute.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Georgia, Indiana, Arizona, and Louisiana are just a few examples of the 20 states that have already enacted legislation to modernize the way they register voters by offering an online application to register to vote. The state of Arizona in 2002 was the first state to transition to online voter registration. Officials in their largest county have reported the cost of a single registration dropped from 83 cents per card to 3 cents per card. According to the Texas Secretary of State, at the time of the 2014 general election, over 14 million Texans were registered to vote. Using the Arizona estimate of 83 cents per card or applicant, and assuming each registrant used the paper method, that would amount to a total cost of well over $11.6 million. Using the 3 cent estimate, that figure would drastically drop to $420,000. Now, if the state of Arizona and 19 other states can figure out how to cut such an alarming amount of wasteful spending, then my question to the committee is, why not Texas? You will hear from witnesses today that will testify on behalf of your counties and your election administrators. They will tell you how inefficient, wasteful, and error-ridden the current paper method is. If you will just indulge me for just a moment, and if you have your driver's license handy, if you would take that out.
I don't have my purse.
Okay. All right. Okay. Your vice chair forgot his purse. Okay.
That's another issue.
That's for another committee. If you look at that number, there's a very tiny, tiny number. You'd probably have to squint to see it. The tiny number on the bottom of your card is the audit number that is unique only to this particular driver's license card. This number is so secure and unique that if you lose your card, DPS may not release this number to you or to anyone else that would be issued a new audit number with a new driver's license card. The current paper method offers no such protection. HB 953 doesn't stop there. If the information the applicant submitted does not match DPS, what they have on file, or the applicant does not have a signature on file with DPS, the online program will immediately notify the user that an application cannot be processed online and that they would have to use the less secure paper method. Members, I urge all of you to look at this from a fiscal responsibility perspective, and you'll see that the numbers just don't add up. The current paper method also does not adequately protect the accuracy and integrity of our voter rolls and has failed to provide much needed security to the voter registration process. Currently, and you've heard news stories about this, but any person, whether they are a deputy registrar or a participant of a voter registration drive, could fill out countless applications with false names and addresses and send them to the voter registrar. Under House Bill 953, that would be impossible, as the identity of each application must be authenticated before the application can even be submitted online. The authentication process under this bill adheres to the strictest standard allowed under the law. Not only will the applicant be required to input the correct name and the driver's license, but they will be required to input their address, date of birth, and the unique audit number that we demonstrated just a bit ago. Members, I implore upon you to again look at this from a fiscal perspective. This bill is not about politics. It's not whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It's not about an electoral advantage or disadvantage. This bill is about an efficient government. It's about cutting wasteful spending. It's about improving the integrity and the security of our voter rolls. It's about an outdated paper method of registering voters that's not only out of touch with the expectations of our modern day electorate, but it is rife with errors and susceptible to fraud. I know we have some resource witnesses, some expert witnesses that I am looking forward to hearing from, Madam Chair. And with that, I'd like to reserve the right to close.
Okay, members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's call up, let's see, look for a resource here. All right, how about Samuel Durheimer, Pew Charitable Trust for the bill. Come on down. And please state your name, your position, and the bill number.
Absolutely. There's a few of them. I got to ask for help here.
No, you can't. No.
I believe House Bill 79. My name is Sam Deerheimer.
No, it's 953.
953. I apologize.
You're testifying on House Bill 953.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate
No
your
problem.
assistance.
Just and say your name and who you represent.
My name is Samuel Deerheimer. I'm with the
And we're
elections.
not scary up here.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm a little new to Texas, so I came in from Washington, D.C. yesterday.
Okay, and you
I work with
represent-
the Pew Charitable Trusts.
Okay, and your position.
And my position is 4.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address the committee today. The Pew Charitable Trust is pleased to support efforts to improve the integrity and the efficiency of the Texas voter rolls by pushing voter registration activity online. My team and I at Pew have been studying online voter registration for about the last 5 to 6 years, and we've documented the benefits to voters and election administrators, as well as the challenges and the adaptations that states have engineered to address those challenges. And today I hope to provide kind of a quick national perspective on the trends and key issues uncovered in over 13 years of online voter registration in the states. So as you heard, Arizona was the first state to push registration online back in 2002, and many of the early adopters were some of Texas's regional neighbors, so Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, and Utah, all accepted registrations electronically by 2010. And just this month, online voter registration bills were signed into law in both New Mexico and Oklahoma. As you heard, in total, there's 20 states that offer online voter registration, and 5 more states and the District of Columbia have passed laws and are working on building systems right now. Over 100 million eligible American voters have access to online voter registration. It's nearly half the eligible population of this country. Here in Texas, registered voters who move within their home county can go online through the texas.gov online portal and update their address. For instance, I believe in 2012, the Secretary of State released information that over 35,000 Texans went online to update their address. So voter registrations received electronically result in more accurate records at a lower processing cost. You heard a little bit of this information from the last testimony, and in fairness to me, that is actually some of my data. That data comes from a report I released back in 2008. And so both by eliminating the cost drivers and the drivers of errors, you get cleaner records at a lower cost. So Maricopa County, Arizona found that voter registration applications received on paper were 5 times more likely to result in an error in the voter record than applications received electronically. And by reducing the primary cost drivers, such as printing, postage, manual data entry, and paper, voter registration is going to cost a lot less as well. So Maricopa County, as you heard earlier, reduced their cost from 83 cents to process a paper form to 3 cents. A few other states, because you heard that information, in Washington, cost about 50 cents to $2 cheaper to process an online registration as opposed to a paper registration. In California, $2.34 cheaper for an online voter registration application versus a paper registration. So those savings add up, right? In California, they saved over $1 million in just the month preceding the 2012 presidential election in registrations that came online rather than on paper. Colorado also performed an exhaustive cost study of the costs associated with voter registration. The Secretary of State found that paper applications cost about $1.06 to process, while electronic registration transactions cost only 35 cents. So in Colorado, where most of these savings actually happen at the county level, but overall the state reported over $565,000 in statewide savings from April of 2010, when their system went live, through July of 2013, when they conducted that study. Unlike the paper registration process, no state has reported a security breach or fraudulent activity resulting from its online system. To ensure voters' information remains private and protected, states commonly employ security measures such as data encryption, audit logs, CAPTCHA, and secure networks. Further, systems can be built to flag IP addresses from which unusual traffic investigates for investigation. None of these security measures can be put into place with paper registration forms. And because online applicants in most states must provide a driver's license number or a state ID number that is then checked one-to-one against that voter's file on record with the state, as is proposed here in Texas, citizens who register vote online go through additional identity verification beyond that applied to those who register with paper and earlier in the registration process. Because of these benefits, last year, the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, chaired by the chief campaign lawyers from the Obama and Mitt Romney 2012 presidential campaigns, recommended that all states adopt online voter registration. In its official response to the final report of that commission, the Republican National Lawyers Association echoed support for online voter registration. A little more local here to Texas, Pew conducted polling just last year that found 61% of Texans surveyed support online voter registration. That same survey found that over a third of Texans already believe that the state offers full online voter registration. Texans are looking to interact with their government through the technology they use in their everyday lives. So Pew commends your interest in improving the access and integrity of your voter registration system by considering today to join the majority of states that will be offering electronic voter registration by 2016. Again, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you this evening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do you, I know you've talked a lot about the statistics and data, but do you feel comfortable talking about the mechanics? Y'all don't handle the actual
No,
software
I am neither an engineer nor a programmer. Okay. But if you have a question, I have spoken with all 20 states that have online registration, specifically with their chief information officers.
Yeah. I think it would be helpful to have somebody who, does it.
Probably be a really appropriate question for someone from the Secretary of State's office. So. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Any questions, members? Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Chair calls George Hamlin with the Harris County Clerk's Office on the bill. And he is not here. Oh, there he is. Sorry. See, I got this podium in front of me, and I need to get a higher chair.
Good evening. George Hamline, Harris County Clerk's Office on HB 953. While we are always for making things more efficient and certainly the integrity issue, one of the biggest problems we just have, and this is more anecdotal, I don't have the exact statistics, but when we have elections and people come in to vote and they're turned away, and I'm there, I worked West Gray, for people that are familiar with Harris County, this last one. The number one was easily, I updated my voter registration when I changed my Texas driver's license, and then they go, well, that's great, but you're not registered here. So I just know that we already have a problem when you update your driver's license and you say, yeah, I want to update my voter registration as well. For some reason, that's not making the trip a lot. And on election day, that causes a person to have to go back to their place that they used to be registered at. And they get very angry because they say, government's monolithic. Why can't you make this happen? Why, they think we're all in one room together on one computer. And, I say, I have no idea. Well, I'm just telling you, you're not on the roll. For this polling place, you can't vote here. And so that's an issue. And I just know, too, in the past, Texas DPS had big issues with the hyphenated names. They didn't have a place for that, and they didn't recognize them. And that was an issue. Then there was a long time, about 6 years ago, DPS started reissuing Texas driver's license numbers. They started recycling them. Then they found out some of those people weren't dead. We found that out. And so there's a certain amount of tens of thousands of people running around with the same driver's license number. So while we're for the idea of this bill, there's certain mechanics that we're pretty have some concerns about, and hopefully the SOS and DPS can hammer all those out.
Okay, any questions, members? Representative Schofield.
Yes.
Mr. Hammerline, the financial savings data that we heard in the layout was based on it costing 83 cents an application. Do you know how much it costs in Harris County?
No, I'm sure the voter registrar could probably help you address that. Okay. We're not.
I was told it's closer to like 20 cents. Now, explain what you said. I didn't quite understand. When you talked about the complaints that you were getting from people.
Yeah, the issue is when you go online and say you can update your Texas driver's license address. I assume it's on the DPS site. I just get to hear this story all day on election day. And then it says at the end, do you wish to update your voter registration? And I think they check yes. And I guess there's a theory that somehow it goes from box A to box B, but all I know is the voter roll is not getting updated.
Okay, so what passes for voter registration online today isn't working properly?
Well, I just know all I can attest to is that the numerous complaints of when they go on, the updating of the DPS record is not somehow making the shift at least 100% of the time to the voter registration.
Now, my understanding of how we do it at DPS is that that's not really online registration currently. I mean, if you're going to register at DPS, don't they print out a paper form when you go to register?
I know they used to, years ago, print you a receipt, which actually for the case of the individuals at Westgray would have helped because it had a little box checked, you did register to vote. Of course, that was in person. I don't think they issue those anymore.
So these folks are clicking online.
Yeah, this is
that they're supposed to be registering to vote, and it isn't registering them.
Right. Well, it's not updating it. They're still registered at their old address. It's not taking them to their new address that they updated their driver's license to.
So that's not DPS, that's texas.gov for people changing addresses.
Change your address.
No, I think they're doing it at DPS. It's my understanding.
Okay.
They said I went on the DPS website, updated, let DPS know I changed. They got their new driver's license,
Okay.
and they like to show that to us.
I'm looking at it right here. Pulling up. Okay. And it says driver's license, ID card, both driver's license and ID card. I don't see anything that says voter registration.
Right. Well, I understand what the voters tell us. I think when they go through that at the end, it says, do you wish to update your voter registration?
Does somebody have a driver's license that they can key in? We'll do that. We're not going to make you stand up here and do it.
Good.
We'll just forward
Don't
with
move
it.
yourself.
I mean,
So,
we'll assume.
Any other questions?
I actually do. Currently, what do you have? Do you have actual human beings at the Harris County voter registrar's office who see physical applications, or do you?
Well, I haven't been there in a while, but I assume Mr. Sullivan can
You don't work there anymore?
No, I can see
Yeah,
Ms.
we're asking.
Ms. Sullivan can address those issues.
Where do you work now?
The Harris County Clerk's Office, we're the ones that administer the elections and mainly get all the complaints when people can't vote. They're not on the roll.
So we're just telling them to complain to the wrong person. Okay.
Oh.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to call the resource? I think we have, let's see, who do we have here? I know they, oops. Okay, we have Todd Kimbrell with the Department of Information Resources. He signed up, not wishing to testify, but he's here as a on. Can you come up? You might have some questions.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. My name is Todd Kimbriel. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Department of Information Resources, here on the bill as a resource witness to answer any questions you may have.
And with your permission, we can put you down as testifying publicly.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, okay, go ahead, Representative Israel.
Hi, Mr. Kimbriel.
evening.
Would you tell us the mechanics about how the data is exchanged between? How is your agency helpful to make this bill a reality?
Our responsibility is to manage Texas.gov, the state portal. That program offers over 1,000 online services and is the primary payment infrastructure for all online payments for all state agencies. Our responsibility is to govern that program. The portal itself does work with DPS and Secretary of State with regard to change address forms for citizens for voter registration. It does not do currently any new voter registration. It does do a change of address process. A citizen will go onto that change of address site, will record their change of address information. We gather that data, we ship that data to Secretary of State. Secretary of State then has a process where they mail that updated information out to the registrars in all the counties. As part of that online process, we depend upon data that we gather from DPS, and there are 4 elements that are essentially we use to evaluate and determine authentication of the citizen. As Chairwoman Alvarado indicated, the driver's license audit number is one of the 4 that we use to determine citizen information and verification of identity. The other 3 are driver's license number, date of birth, and last 4 digits of social security number. Those 4 elements together provide a unique identification for every citizen in Texas. So we leverage that information to authenticate, gather the change of address information, and then forward that to Secretary of State where they go through their process.
Tell me a little bit about the security of Texas.gov.
Currently is the online payment infrastructure for the state. Texas.gov processes approximately $2 billion in payments a year. It's been in place since 2001. It is a public-private partnership which was awarded in 2010 to a company called NIC. They actually operate the portal for us. We manage that contract. We've never had a security breach. We've never had a privacy incident for any transactions processed through Texas.gov. We do about 2 million transactions a month, and that pace is increasing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Representative Schofield.
So when the comptroller inadvertently had a data breach of 3.5 million Texans' information, that wasn't you guys?
Correct.
That was the comptroller's own
Correct.
private data?
That was a file, I believe, from Employment Retirement System that was shipped from ERS to comptroller. Their receiving server that gathered that data. That file ended up staying resident on that server inappropriately. I think it was on there for some period of time before it was discovered. I don't think anybody ever ascertained that there was a breach. There was the possibility of a breach, and they reacted accordingly at the time.
And we just rolled out our vaunted one sticker program.
Yes.
Which I understand 60,000 Harris County residents got a 0 bill, which was inaccurate. That didn't seem like a great computer rollout. Was that not you guys either?
So the vehicle inspection process is in fact a Texas.gov program. So when you go into a vehicle station, Texas.gov is the program that sends out the old stickers and now had to accommodate the single sticker change. So we do actually manage that process in conjunction with DMV. I don't know the specifics of that problem, so I can't tell you whether that was something inside Texas.gov or whether it was related to something locally in the counties or in the DMV. A lot of moving parts when you get into that distributed ownership and accountability for delivering those citizen services.
Aren't there going to be a lot of moving parts if we try to have 254 counties getting online voter registration information from the Secretary of State and trying to deal with it?
Absolutely. It will be an extension of the process that we have today. We are currently delivering that service to the Secretary of State. So we're working with DPS and Secretary of State today in that environment. Transactionally, going from 30,000 change of address records a year up to several million does not present an operational challenge for this program. It's a very large program that handles a tremendous amount of transactional volume every month.
I think the one sticker people were telling us that they didn't have a tremendous challenge either,
There
but
were
they didn't
some-
seem to get it right.
There certainly, I understand from the media, there were some issues there.
Now, didn't our team system that we currently rely on for our elections go down on election day during the 2014 cycle?
I understand that probably best directed to Secretary of State. I understand that they are in the process of replacing that system, and I think their expectation is to replace that this year, this calendar year, I believe.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. Last session I said on technology. For the edification of the members and the audience, would you tell what type of services are currently offered online at Texans?
Today, there are over 1,000 services. It goes from everything from a driver's license renewal to a concealed handgun license. Almost all of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation professional permits are all processed and renewed through texas.gov. Oftentimes, it looks like you may start with a texas.gov session as a citizen doing that, and then based on the needs of every specific agency, that transaction may transit into that agency's data center, or it may stay completely retained within texas.gov, and that would be on a agency-by-agency basis, and oftentimes on a license-by-license basis, depending on how their back-office system handles the renewal of those certificates and licenses.
And hasn't that improved efficiency?
I think absolutely. So, if you look at the cost to the state for operating texas.gov, because it's a public-private partnership, the cost to the state is zero. We handle $2 billion in payment transactions in a highly secure environment. This model is actually often evaluated by other states who look to this to try and accomplish a similar model in their own environment.
And what do we do as a state to ensure security for these services so that there's no breaches?
So our partner on this, they have a Chief Information Security Officer that works closely with our state Chief Information Security Officer, who is also an employee at DIR. We have a very involved process for socializing on a regular basis changes and looming threats that come to the knowledge of these people. Are very involved with a lot of the organizations that at a national level are focused on protecting cyber assets. We work very closely together with our internal team as well as all the agency cybersecurity officials, and Texas.gov, their cybersecurity officials participate just as if they were an agency. Once we see any hint or suggestion of a possible threat, the teams all come together to understand what that threat is and work through that process to make sure that we are adequately responding to the possibility of a threat. I would say that over the last 4 or 5 years, to my knowledge, we've only had 2 occurrences where somebody's launched an advanced calculated attack, which took the form of a denial of service attack, which is where a variety of outside parties form together a strategy to overwhelm a website with too much traffic that it can't handle. But through working with them, we've calculated a defense strategy that we just deploy when that occurs. So the 2 times that's happened over the last several years, we have just automatically triggered a defense mechanism that defers that threat and restores all services within about 30 minutes.
So you anticipated my question, so thank you for that. And finally, as you've read this bill and also House Bill 76, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If we went to a form of online registration, would we enact these same type of security measures?
Absolutely.
Okay, and do you think that we could do that successfully?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
We don't currently allow people to get a new driver's license online, do we?
Correct.
So we don't think it's secure enough for a driver's license, but it's secure enough for voting.
So the reason, I believe, it probably better direct that question to DPS, but because it's a new driver's license and there's a requirement for photos and things of that nature and eye checks, there are things that need to be done in a field office that can't be done online. So I would say that while from an online processing perspective, we're very comfortable about the security of that transaction, there are elements of the actual license that the sponsoring agency has to be responsible for.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we have, let's see, We have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill. Do y'all have any questions? And maybe not at this time. All right, so we have, let's see, Ed Johnson, the Harris County Clerk's Office, against the bill.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, against the bill. HB 953. Tell you what, to start with, hopefully not everybody forgot their cell phone when they come to the meeting. If you get a chance while you're sitting here listening to the testimony, there's an application you can go download. I got to pull it up. I always forget the rest numbers. It's called PDF 417. It's a free application that you can download on your phone, Android, iPhone, iPad. Does someone still have their driver's license out that I could borrow?
I'm scared.
About the safety and security of their data.
Yeah. So this is that application, and I'm holding it up. I can hold it all straight.
No, Ed, you got to be on the microphone. Yeah.
Maybe in front of the mic. Okay. I have his driver's license, and I'm holding it here in front of my phone, and it's going to read in, and it just beeped. And I'm gonna pass my phone around, and you can see the data that I just captured that you can from any iPad, any phone, free of charge, of your thing. That secure number that's supposed to be secret and no one else can get, you're going to see it on the screen here. I'm going to show you.
We're not going to show it to the audience, right?
Yeah.
I encourage you to download the app. You can look at your own driver's license information. It's everything you need in order to complete this transaction here. It's, what I would visualize is people out wanting to register people to vote, and they have their iPad, and they say, get out your driver's license, and I'll scan it, and it'll just populate the whole screen. They don't want to see it?
Wait, everybody sees it.
We see it. We see it.
Can you delete that?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Well, wait, let me write it down first. Okay, Ed, I say it to
free
microphone.
application also has a button right next to it that says copy and save. So you could hit that one with no problem, and all that information is saved that you could reuse at any point in time. So we're really worried about the security of this online voter registration system, especially with the holes that are on the driver's license, where all you have to do is make a copy of the driver's license, and you can read that barcode on the back, and you have all the information that you need. You have to take any iPhone, any iPad, and you can read it and have all the information you need to do that. Be careful who you show your driver's license to. It's not very difficult to obtain that information. In earlier testimony, there were problems with the DPS database. How the problem started, first of all, with the duplicates. With this online voter registration system, you would be sending in transactions that you're going to link upon driver's license numbers, and there are duplicates in the voter registration database. One of the things, in my opinion, should have happened back when Help America Vote went into effect that required you to provide a driver's license, is we should have cleaned up the voter roll. We should have done a cross-check. They grandfathered all the existing registrations in, and no validation check had ever been done on the driver's license that were entered on the voters. There are a lot of miskeyings. DPS actually recycled some of those numbers, so you have multiple voters that have the same number on the voter file, not in the DPS's database, but on the voter file. Someone had an old driver's license, and now it's been issued to somebody else. So that causes extreme problems. It causes us problems on early voting, that we'll swipe a person's driver's license to look them up. It's the most efficient way to look them up in our early voting system, and a couple of people will pop up on the screen, and the voter starts freaking out. Who stole my information? Well, no, it's just bad data in our system, unfortunately. So these are problems. The other one is there is no address validation with DPS. DPS, when you go into DPS, they don't validate the address that you are registering at. This is a big problem, because we have to put, the voter registration office has to put these people into districts. And then we have to provide a ballot form in the county clerk's office according to what district. If they can't validate the address, we can't assign them to a district, and then this person's stuck out in limbo and we don't know how to vote them. It's a huge problem, and it's a problem that we currently have on paper applications, but it comes forward through the DPS office too, because they don't do any validation on the addresses when they enter them. The other one that would be a possibility here is felons. Felons are not, if you are a felon that's still serving their sentence, you're not allowed to register to vote. That means you're on paper. If you're out on parole, you're not allowed to register to vote. I don't think DPS is doing any validations on those. So those transactions would go automatically through the system and then a MUDO check to see if they're a felon. Currently, when the paper application comes in, it is checked for, are you a felon? This comes into a thing when you have election contest, then you got people challenging that they're not a registered voter. It messes up our election. One of the big things, back up to the beginning, one of the big things that we have is signatures. In the voting world, that's the only tool we have really to validate if it's a fraudulent transaction or not, is we compare signatures. That's what we do with ballot by mail. We compare signatures to make sure that it's the same voter that applied. We compare signatures sometimes off the voter registration cards if the application was messed up to approve a ballot. This bill allows the the DPS office.
And I'm going to ask you to.
Okay. This bill allows the DPS to transfer that signature file, but you don't have to renew your license until every 6 years. So that signature could be 6 years old, and as our older population ages, your signature changes. So
Okay. We've got a question.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ed, you remember some years back, it was at the end of 1999, everybody was afraid that the Y2K, all the systems were going to crash.
Yes.
And you remember nothing happened, right? I mean, we prepared our technology, everything was okay, right? You would agree with that?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. So we heard from our, the person from our director from DIR testify that, and I served on technology last session, so I heard a lot of wonderful things about how we've modernized our technologies to be very efficient, safe, and secure. Now, there's always the risk of breaches anywhere, anything you have online, but there's a lot of safeguards. And he testified that there's only been 2 breaches over the last several years that he can recall. You heard that testimony, correct?
Correct, I did.
Okay. So, and you also heard or know that there is many other states that are doing online registration currently, correct?
Correct.
So why don't you think that we can have the technology and the security in Texas with all the experts that we have? We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not, it's not a case of first impression. We're not having a pilot. Why don't you think Texas, with the great DIR people that we have and all the great experts that we have Dell, we have the information security, we have all the things that we need in Texas. Why don't you think that we can safely and securely implement our own online registration in Texas?
One of the reasons, several reasons. First of all, there isn't, you have problems in people being able to hack into computer systems. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if this bill had some provision in it if DPS got hacked, that you would bring the site down immediately so that people can, start randomly doing, fraudulent transactions.
But Ed, let's be fair. I mean,
Goldman.
sorry, thank you. They could hack into the DPS system right now. They can hack
Right.
into
Yes, but
any
there is
government
no-
system right now. They could hack in any computer in the state.
Correct,
right now.
and we've had,
And actually, we just heard where they hacked into the president's email.
correct.
Right.
You
Okay,
can, they
so-
can do that.
right,
But
they
we
can do
don't
that.
have an online voter registration. If they hack into DPS right now, he was asking why can't we do this? If they hack into DPS right now, they can't go online and register a bunch of people.
Right.
But if they hacked in with the online system, they could, and we should have some provision in here if you're going to do this to bring that site down if you get hacked in.
Representative Israel.
My worry is that you keep suggesting that we could do mass registrations, and you'd have to have mass identity theft of people in order to do that. The example you gave with Representative Fallon, you don't know the last 4 digits of his social security number.
No, but that can be attained.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as scanning it.
I mean, it's like the old.
You make it sound like you just flash it and it happens.
Let me go.
It's just the only thing I want to say, and I could go on and on, but it's like the parade of horribles. You could always say, well, this, what if this? And it's like the old saying, if was a gift, Christmas will be every day. I mean, you could always come up with some reason not to do something. But if we have testimony from other states that's tried, true, and tested, I think that there can be, sufficient safeguards to have a safe online registration. Whether you're against it or not is a different reason, but not just because it can be breached. Any software can be breached. I mean, Sony, they have very sophisticated, and we saw that they were breached. Like our chair just said, the White House, the president's email was hacked by the Russians. So do you say we're going to shut down all email communications, or we're going to shut down all online communications? I mean, that would make us very immobile if we did. So I think I recognize your concern and appreciate it. I just think that it's the parade of horribles. It's just being very overcautious, and sometimes that can really allow you to be immobile and not do anything, to say, well, this could happen, that could happen. Let's just stick to the paper.
No, I'm all for technology. Our office is all for technology. I don't think we're there yet. We have problems with the data. We have definitely problems with security. The Secretary of State is putting in a new statewide voter registration system right now. Now is not what I would say is the best time to make a transitional change like this, because of all the changes in play right before a presidential election, the biggest election that has to be, apprehended. In our opinion, it's not a good time to make this change, and we're not ready to make the change right now. Yes, you can be proactive. That's why I was trying to represent that if you put into the bill, if something was hacked, that you would have safeguards to protect the site from people being able to, manipulate it. I think we should look at things like that in the bill. Although I'm very comfortable right now with our voter registration system, and it finds a lot of fraud of actually having the human verification factor. I will give you an example. When I was working in the tax office, Representative Hochberg, in the 2006 Democrat primary, had an opponent running against him who actually went out and was re-registering people to live into that district that he was going to vote for. And it was a clerk inside the tax office that actually started to notice that the signatures on the older applications for these voters and the newer ones didn't match, and started to see a pattern to them, and immediately caught this. There were about 400 or 500 voter registrations this guy filled out fraudulently, that he was re-registering voters into a new location. On an online system, right, with our current processes, I don't think we would have caught that. We catch people with fraud all the time using these signatures in the voter registration process, in the ballot by mail. It is a very important tool right now in voter registration. It's one of our only tools we have to detect fraud. And I hate to see it compromised.
Okay. Good point. Representative Schofield.
You were asked about 1999, but let me take us to a shorter time ago, 2014. Didn't our primary election statewide database crash on Election Day?
Well, Harris County is not an online county. Okay, I did not. Ours did not crash in Harris County
because you're decoupled from it.
Yeah, because we're coupled from it. All the major counties in Texas are not what they call online counties. They're not directly dependent on Team. We every night sync up with Team and refresh the data and get all the databases in sync. But yes, I did have heard Team over its history of a lifespan has had problems in going down.
Now you hire people to deal with the 30-day crush prior to Election Day. In your opinion, can Team handle the 30-day crush of statewide applications prior to Election Day?
Well, I will tell you, the Secretary of State has done a great job with Team and making it work. They were given it this software by IBM that really didn't handle the load. But that's why all the major counties are not online, or one of the reasons they start off are not online with Team is because it couldn't handle the load. So
And let me ask you
counties were forced to go offline.
Let me ask you the question that I asked an early witness, but he wasn't the right guy. Maybe you are. Do you know what it costs to process an application in Harris County?
It's the best question for the Secretary of State or the tax office, but I think it's
Tax
about
office.
30 cents.
We've got somebody.
I think it's
coming out
about
of the
30
tax
cents.
office.
The state pays the counties for every new registration it does through a fund called Chapter 19. And I think it's 30 cents a registration.
We've got somebody coming up to answer that.
I just have one last quick point, and this is specific to Harris County. It can be a lot of other counties. Harris County was one of the early counties to go paperless. For every court in Harris County, pretty much now, would you agree with me now? It's online registration only. You can't even go to the courthouse and actually file the petition anymore. You have to do it online, correct?
That is correct. That was by a court order.
By court order, right.
Yes.
And so Harris County was one of the early counties to kind of lead that trend, correct? And now other states around the country, not around the country, in the state of Texas are now online, correct?
Not all the counties.
Not all the counties,
but yes, that was by the court ruling. That was what happened. Is every county in Texas is has
now it is,
online.
but early on, Harris County was one of the first counties to do it. And I remember there were a lot of attorneys that were so used to going to the courthouse. Oh, this isn't going to work. This is bad. And now most of the lawyers are used to doing it online. And to my knowledge, I haven't heard any complaints about anything nefarious going on. I heard it's been going very smoothly, correct?
Now I hate to leak this secret out.
Oh well.
But we're the Harris County Clerk's Office. We're not totally 100% automated online. Actually, the attorneys will have to scan it, and they email us their filings that they have. And in our office, we actually print them out, review them, and then file them into the particular courts. So we still have the manual intervention to make sure that the filings are correct and everything's correct on there before we actually process it to the court, because the judges, the civil court judges, want it on paper, not electronic.
We got a lot more witnesses, folks.
So I had one other point that they we're limiting this in this bill. It's a very limited, very limited aspect of its driver's license. I think the other one we should look at is military IDs. If we're going to have this as an online voter registration system, I think we should look at, why isn't the military able to do it too? And then the big overwhelming question I have is, what problem is it we're trying to solve? I don't think technically we're ready. And I haven't all the complaints that you heard coming to our office. We never get a complaint that I can't register to vote. So we have 7 different ways right now to register to vote. What problem are we trying to solve?
Okay, thank y'all. Thank you.
All right,
very
thank you.
much. Mm-hmm. All right, we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State. If y'all would have any questions, or you want to bring her up. Okay, on the bill.
Hello, Ashley Fisher for House Bill 953 from the Secretary of State's office on the bill.
Okay, Representative Israel.
Ms. Fisher, tell us about data matching at the Secretary of State's point, and how would this work ultimately?
Ultimately, I don't expect it to be much different than how we have applications coming from DPS now. In our conversations with DIR and DPS, ultimately, if we can get both the application and the signature together in one file, that's what we have now, and that's what we send to the counties nightly. That's what they get. So if we have that, then there's not a change in procedure from our end, and then the counties will look at those applications, manually review them, determine whether or not that person should be registered. We do have what we call live check, which is required by state law. Both paper applications and DPS applications, you're required to provide your Texas driver's license, last four of the social. Mm-hmm. All those applications are keyed into the system. If it's a paper application, the county voter registrar will key that in. It will go to DPS. If they don't have a driver's license, it'll go to the Social Security Administration, and we ping that to confirm that this person is a real person that has a Social Security number or that has a driver's license. That
So
would still exist.
I can't just
under
go in
this.
and make up numbers and make up a name. It has to be a real person with the address, last four digits of their social, etc. And it's all you check all of that stuff.
And we check all that stuff. If they don't have a driver's license number or last four of the social, they have to confirm that. The voter registrar will send a notice to confirm that. But there is the live check process that we use.
And our voter rolls are online right now, right?
Correct. Team is an online database.
Okay.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you. To my knowledge, currently, your office already does online voter registrations for voters that are changing their addresses within the same county.
It's not an online registration. It is a change of address within the county.
Right. Okay. And have you looked at, in anticipation of this legislation, other states that were doing online registration?
Keith Ingram, our director, who can't be here tonight, has definitely talked to other states that have implemented this and talked to them about, their costs and issues and other things. But certainly we have talked to other people.
Okay. And are you aware of any major concerns with breaches of security?
We don't have any concerns. We are moving to a new team. We're redeveloping team. It is for this current calendar year. We expect to actually be training counties next month on the new team. The current team, we have a pretty strong security structure. Part of our contract bidding for this was the same thing.
And finally, can you explain how an online registration will work in Texas?
The online registration, we haven't worked out all of those pieces. I know we've had meetings with DIR and DPS. I'm not 100% sure how it would work. DPS and DIR are both here to kind of talk about their piece of that. I know DIR has already kind of done that.
Right.
From our end, like I said, ultimately we would expect it to be something that if we can get the signature and the file together, we're already doing that with the DPS in-person application. So procedurally, that wouldn't change for us. If SOS is the builder of this and it's our IT department that's working with DIR to actually build the website themselves, then we'll obviously put in the hours to do that. But those are the kind of things that haven't been determined yet.
And assuming we could do it, would it save us money as a state? I mean, we've heard that.
That's not a question that I can say yes or no to. The states we have talked to and the states that we have looked at, there is ultimately cost savings for them. The question we can't answer is when that would happen and how much it would be.
Gotcha.
I mean, if it was something that everybody decided to use the online application the first year, then maybe we ordered less applications that the counties are processing. Maybe it's a several-year process before the cost savings appears. But
thank you.
We do think it's something that's there.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions, members? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have Chair calls Mike Sullivan, representing himself and the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector against the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm Mike Sullivan, Harris County Tax Assessor Collector and Voter Registrar, and I'm testifying against HB 953. Before I make my comments, it should be noted that many counties have elections administrators, but Harris County has maintained its voter registrar system, which works. As the voter registrar, I'm accountable to the public because I'm elected. Elections administrators are not. They are appointed. Now, I say that because the Texas Association of Election Administrators does not represent tax assessor collectors who serve as voter registrars. So when they stand up and say that they represent voter registrars, they represent elections administrators, but they don't represent me, and they don't speak for me or any other tax assessor collector that acts as a voter registrar. Let me publicly state that my highest priority is to ensure the integrity of the voter roll. I campaigned on the issue, I swore to it, and I have done it ever since being sworn in. Having been in office a little over 2 years, I want to point out that voter registration is at an all-time high in my office. I've conducted a record number of VDVR, or Volunteer Deputy Voter Registrar training sessions, and I've trained more VDVRs than ever before. I say all this not to impress you, but to demonstrate that I'm an active, engaged, and productive voter registrar. My office also works closely with high school principals, and I often speak to students to educate them about voter registration. Our current system works, and it works well. There are currently 6 different ways to register to vote, and I process applications for all of them. People who do not have access to computers from anywhere in the state can register with the current system. Forms are available at DPS, social service organizations, libraries, VDVRs, and even by calling your local voter registrar. And I venture to say that most any elected official anywhere in the state would assist someone who wants to register to vote. Wouldn't you? The current system for voter registration benefits from manual processing. Our experienced and nonpartisan personnel are professionals with decades of experience who cross-check data to ensure the accuracy of information on applications. This is as beneficial for the applicant as it is for the process. There have recently been 2 op-eds written about online voter registration, one by Representative Carol Alvarado and the other by Tax Assessor Collector Bruce Elfont, who's in the back of the room. Representative Alvarado quotes that Arizona estimates the processing cost at 83 cents per card. However, interestingly enough, the Texas Secretary of State has determined a reasonable reimbursement amount of 25 cents per card. That's an important distinction. I also contend that the money spent on voter registration isn't wasteful at all, which was characterized earlier. Tax Assessor Collector Bruce Elfont writes in his op-ed that, quote, officials with DPS, the Texas Department of Information Resources, and the Secretary of State agree that online voter registration can provide a secure, cost-effective, and convenient way for citizens to register to vote, end quote. Sounds good. This could imply that all 3 state agencies are in favor of online voter registration when we know that they do not take such positions. The assumption that fewer temporary employees would be necessary is unfounded. Many of my temporary employees are so busy that I pay them the other 13 weeks of the year that the state does not pay me for. They perform change of addresses, name changes, drops, ads, deaths, and assist with multiple and high-volume telephone calls. Proponents of online voter registration point out that 20 states have online voter registration now, 5 more in the hopper, but that means that 30 do not. An argument is often made that voter participation increases with increased voter registration. I don't believe that that's true, and I don't see any empirical data to support it. I also want to remind committee members that the Secretary of State's current software will soon undergo a major upgrade, and I would be hesitant to undertake programming and training for online voter registration at this time, especially leading up to a presidential election. Let me finish by again saying that my highest priority is to maintain the integrity of the voter roll. The current system for registering voters enables me to do exactly that. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Israel.
Mr. Sullivan, are you here representing yourself or Harris County?
I am representing myself as the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector and Voter Registrar.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Schofield.
Okay, so when we first heard the cost savings that we were supposed to anticipate from this bill, we were talking about an 83-cent per card number. You're saying that the number in Texas is 25 cents.
That's what the Texas Secretary of State reimburses my office for new
That's
voter
under Chapter
registrations.
19?
Chapter 19 funding.
So for this dollar, I can register 4 voters.
You could, yes, sir.
Let me ask this. If we were to do online voter registration and the registration was to go on computer through DPS bypassing your office, is there any reason why the state should continue to pay the counties money to register voters under Chapter 19?
Well, that's a good question, and it's been discussion at several conferences that I've attended with tax assessor collectors of if this continues, will we be paid as we have been? And tax assessors seem to believe that they will be, but if we are looking at discontinuing reimbursements because we are trying to save money has been identified, then it would not be logical to continue to reimburse tax assessor collectors.
And why would we reimburse you for money for jobs that you're not doing anymore?
Well, to be honest with you, Mr. Representative, I don't know that in good conscience I could accept money for work that I didn't do if I have to go out on the campaign trail and be accountable to the voters.
Now, let me ask you, what work are your people currently doing? I asked a question earlier of somebody who apparently doesn't work in your office anymore, but you currently have live people matching up applications with what, data on the DPS websites, or what are they doing?
We do. Let me describe to you, if I may, briefly, and I know time's running long for everyone tonight. When I came into office, there was a manager of the voter department. That was it. Realizing the responsibilities I have as a voter registrar, I created a position, an executive position, director of compliance, who is directly responsible for the voter department. We then have a voter manager that is a former felony prosecutor from Collin County, might have the county wrong, but from Waxahachie, wherever that is, if someone knows, 10-year felony prosecuting.
Ellis County.
Ellis County, thank you, Madam Chair, who is running the voter department. We have 25 to 30 people that work there full time. We do everything from processing applications, answering calls, VDVR training, educational work and outreach, in every conceivable inquiry that you could imagine, both by email and phone call. We are a very busy department. We do not work 8 to 5. Something else that we do that's important is that we draw voting precinct boundaries, not redistricting, but voting precinct boundaries, and that's headed up by my voter department right now. We're working weekends to get this done.
Now, with respect to voter registration, you have people that work on that?
Yes.
And they take paper applications and try to match them up to the appropriate person?
They do, yes,
I
sir.
take it on occasion they find that the person isn't the person whose
addresses are wrong, names don't match. We've heard discussion about hyphenated names. Run into that, run into problems of junior versus senior. We received some applications, I have to kind of chuckle at this, that are Mr. and Mrs. Mike Sullivan want to register. You know, there's still some generations out there that look at things that way.
And you have some on the other end who will find, I've heard tell of corrupted data in the DPS website, particularly with driver's license numbers just wrong in their website. And so you have somebody who goes to sign up to register to vote, their driver's license doesn't match because 2 of the numbers are transposed, and your people can physically see that where the DPS computer can't it?
We do, and we touch every voter application that comes through the office. We touch every single one. Has human intervention, which is important. Intervention being a positive word.
Well, thank you. Thanks for coming all this way.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Goldman.
Quick question for
Yes,
you. You're very involved in the registration process.
Yes,
have
sir.
you ever discovered that someone registers is not an American citizen?
We have, and it's a burden on me as an elected official to know that I, by law, am not allowed to challenge the citizenship of someone who says that they are a U.S. citizen.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And let me tell you what I do with that information, Mr. Vice Chair. We turn that over to the Harris County District Attorney's Office on a regular basis. The last letter I signed had over 300 cases on it.
I was going to say on a defined regular basis,
Yes,
300
sir.
cases
Monthly.
in what amount of time?
That I don't remember the specific details.
How
for.
often do you turn such a letter over?
Monthly. Yes, sir. It's ongoing because we're constantly we're doing provisional ballots, we're doing applications, we're doing.
So
name
would you say
changes.
it's hundreds monthly?
Yes, sir. Low hundreds. Let me be
Low
clear.
hundreds,
Yes,
but
sir.
hundreds monthly.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
So would that, ma'am,
Representative Fout.
if it's doing the math, then it would be low thousands annually
Yes, sir.
in just Harris County.
Harris County alone, but the largest county in the state.
Would you agree with the statement that a prior witness made that there was never been one instance? Sorry.
I was.
You can't talk
I heard
about that.
I heard testimony earlier today.
No, I
that,
can't. Don't answer that, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have chuckled many times today. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
very
Thank you,
much.
committee.
Chair calls Jacqueline Talon, representing herself in the Texas Association of Election Administrators. Is she still here? And I guess not. So she does not wish to testify. All right. Chair calls Colleen Vera, representing herself against the bill. Ladies first. We're going to let you go.
You won't be able to steal my story.
I know. That's why I did that.
It's good evening. My name is Colleen Bear. I'm here representing myself against House Bill 953. Last night while my husband was watching the Houston Rockets have a really bad night, I was playing on my computer trying to figure out what kind of testimony I was going to give today against this bill. So I got the idea that I could look up a few things about each one of you. Some of you have nicknames, so you're a little trickier than others, but I hopefully got the actual right person. Just sitting at my computer while the game is on, this is what I found out about you. I went ahead and redacted most of it so that you could tell if it was correct and I would know what I found. But if someone did get these through open records, they wouldn't know anything. But hopefully I'm close. It's fascinating that two of you, if I'm correct, two of you have the same birthday, just 2 years apart. It's fascinating, and you and I were born the same year. This is just sitting on my kitchen table. It's really easy to get. You just have no idea how much information is out there. I also care for my father before he passed away. I was looking through my stuff, I still have a copy of his driver's license. I looked up, he's still registered to vote. I could easily be voting for him. I could change his address to my address. I have the copy of my aunt's address because she's ill now, and when you take an elderly person to the doctor, they're in the wheelchair, so you go up to the window and you have to give them their driver's license first. So I don't take the driver's license, I just take a copy of it. Most people who care for elderly people have a copy of the person's driver's license. If you go and test drive a car these days, they copy your driver's license.
Are you aware, I think any mother of a teenager, y'all have young children, so you're not there yet. I'm just warning you. As a parent, you have the right to go through their stuff and find their fake driver's license.
Hopefully you have wonderful children who would never do
Mine
such a
had
thing.
2.
Really? That's fascinating. I wasn't
My
that
daughter,
skilled.
not my son. He was the.
But the other thing that scares me, we mentioned Mr. Putin. If you think about people, I could be in any country in the world. I could be at any computer, any place in the United States. It's very hard to track. But people who know what they're doing, if you ever had your own computer hacked and you have somebody look at it, try to figure out who hacked you, they sit there and say they've taken it all over the world. We're never going to know where this hack came from. So I'm not afraid of technology. I'm not good enough to actually use my cell phone to figure out how to copy these things. But I think one day we'll be there. I don't think it's that far off. But right now, I won't even use my debit card to purchase online. I use a separate credit card because I just know it's not safe. And currently, I just don't believe we're there. I think that our voter rolls are too important. And I can just imagine what somebody would do if they wanted to hack in and just disrupt everything the last day of registration. And then we have total chaos. So people are evil, and they'll come up with evil things and ways to disrupt stuff. So if we don't need to do this right now, I just don't think we're quite ready for computer security. And hopefully I got y'all correct. And one person seems to be registered in 2 places, so you might want to check on that. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Representative Israel.
So your point in doing this is that you could register me to vote online? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
I'm just trying to say that when we say that all this stuff is so secure, and I have my driver's license, therefore nobody else knows my information, your information is out there.
Yes, but is that what you're suggesting, that if we had online voter registration, you could register me to vote?
I could register persons who are not registered to vote. I could change their address. If I was an evil person and I knew what I was doing technology-wise, I could do all sorts of things.
Well, you'd have to have my driver's license number, and you'd have to know the last 4 digits of my Social Security number.
I could get that. It might take me a while, but I could get it.
But do you know that you could do this on paper as well? I mean, if you were hell-bent
yes, and people do, yes.
Representative Fallon.
But under that circumstance, Representative Israel is saying you'd have to sign it. You'd have to, correct? I mean, under the current system.
Right, that's what's so nice, because I serve on the ballot board. The signature is what we check, and somebody can have all this numerical information, but they can't actually write your signature, and somebody's actually checking that signature. And I know it's kind of archaic right now, but that's our system to know it's you. I'm sure one day we'll have, somebody actually checking, the computer checks your iris or something, so they know it's exactly you. Then no problem. But right now, all we really have to prove it's you and not someone using your computer or who has a copy of your driver's license is your actual signature to match up. So that's why I ask you, please do not advance this bill. I don't think we're really ready for this at this time.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Any questions, members? Okay, thank you. Chair calls John Olden with the Texas Association of Elections Administrators in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is John Oldham. I am president of the Texas Association of Election Administrators, speaking in favor of House Bill 953. I've been waiting patiently to speak enthusiastically for this bill, not just for a few hours tonight, but for the 2 years since a similar bill died that was passed by this House and died due to the calendar. That bill did not offer the safeguards that the two bills that you're considering tonight will offer. We've heard a lot of and again, let me point out that I do speak on behalf of our association, and we did pass a resolution with one dissenting vote in January that calls for a secure, verifiable online system, and I think both of these bills that you will consider tonight do that. We've heard a lot of things from my friends in Harris County about all the things that could be wrong with an online system. But these are actually things that are wrong with our system. They're things that exist today with a paper ballot system. I mean, a paper application system. We've seen the stories from the past about the Dallas Cowboys being registered and the whole team. In 2008, we received what we thought were about 300 fraudulent registrations in the month prior to the presidential election. Incidentally, every one of these came to us from Harris County deputy registrars, which had first gone to Harris County and then were passed on to us. These are things on paper. Mistakes get made. In 2008, from the close of registration until Election Day, our office, and we're not a huge office, we processed 10,000 new applications that came in to us, to our office after the cutoff date, but had been mailed or delivered to another county or sent primarily to the Secretary of State. We received over 300 the day before the election that we had to add to the voter rolls. These are problems that we face that wouldn't exist with an online system, or at least would be mitigated, because a certain percentage of our voters would be doing this. Now, all these things that we did in that period of time, working 12-hour days, were done primarily by temps. Temps make more mistakes than we do. They sometimes miss the citizenship box. They sometimes, and our system tries and catches that, but an online system, as it exists in most states, if a voter fails to check citizenship, it shuts them down right there. If they fail to put in a birth date or a birth date that is not valid, it shuts them down right there. Most of the systems can be easily adapted to provide information in multiple languages, not just English, Spanish, Mandarin, or Chinese, or Vietnamese. Through Google and other technologies, this stuff can be easily translated, providing better information. And we have had people that we found on the rolls who are not United States citizens. Some of them have been on the rolls for years. Most of them were Asian. And every one of them had come from a deputy registrar. They hadn't filled out a form. They hadn't been registered at DPS. They obviously didn't register online. Everyone had been from a deputy registrar. Everyone generally is self-reporting. In other words, they'll call us and they'll say, I've got this problem, and what are you going, I'm really concerned because I registered to vote 8 years ago. A deputy registrar came to my house and he said, oh, it's okay if you register to vote, if you're only going to vote in city elections. We get that. That happens a lot. But they've never voted. None of these folks who have self-reported have ever cast a vote because they knew it was wrong. But they felt intimidated, or they felt compelled to follow the advice of this volunteer deputy registrar. Our expectation is that if we implement online voter registration, that we will see a reduction in the reliance on VDRs. And we have some very good ones out there, but there's also some that are not so good. And you must be well aware of that because you've considered bills in the previous weeks that deal with some of those issues regarding VDRs. Online registration will be convenient to voters. I'm sorry Representative Schofield just left because I was going to use the example of all the calls I fielded last year from frustrated voters in Katy ISD who had moved down the road from Harris County to Fort Bend County and couldn't vote. And some of them said they registered at DPS. Some said they tried to do it online, but obviously they didn't realize that you can only update within your own county. You can't update from county to county. Online registration would not only be more convenient for voters, but it would offer more accuracy. We have problems in our county, and I'm sure Harris does as well, that we have tremendous number of registrants who don't have traditional American names. We get applications all the time that have last names with 18 letters and one vowel. We get names from Africa, from the Middle East, from India, all over Asia. They are very, oftentimes the handwriting is horrible. They are very counterintuitive when you're trying to enter this stuff. If somebody doesn't write well and their name looks like Smuth, we probably know it's Smith. But if it's a name from Africa or a name from Asia, that's very difficult to decipher. So online registration would yield us more accuracy because the voter would be entering this information themselves, and it would be more complete than what we have now. I won't talk about cost. That's not the primary issue for us. We think there would be cost savings, but the issue to us is accuracy, voter convenience, and completeness. Again, we have problems with voter registration
John,
with
I'm
our
gonna
system.
ask you to
Okay, thank you.
pull it
But these are problems that are endemic to our system, not to the way people register.
Okay. Members, are there any questions? Okay. Yes, Representative Reynolds.
I'm Prodigy from Fort Bend County.
Thank you.
Okay.
And our county commissioners did support this.
Okay.
And they're both Democrat and Republican.
They are both.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. And, I do want to make clear that when my daughter got busted, that was about 10 years ago when she was underage. So she turned into a beautiful, law-abiding young woman. I just want y'all to know that. She's going to kill me when she hears about this. So teenagers, what can I say? Okay. Chair calls. Let's see who we got left. Alan Vera, representing himself and the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee.
Alan Vera, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying against HB 953. Tonight I'm here on a mission because back on February 21st, by a vote of 370 to 4, the Harris County Republican Party Executive Committee voted to strongly oppose any move to online voter registration. I won't bother to read you the eloquent and very flowery resolution. So I'm here on a mission, and as you all know by now, I'm not very politically correct. So let's get to it. In the past 5 years, I have been training election observers and poll watchers in 10 states around the country going after voter fraud. I'm always asked at the end of every 2-hour class, what is the primary cause of voter fraud? What's the main fuel for voting fraud? The main fuel for voting fraud is registered voters who don't show up to vote. Think about it. If 90% of all registered voters showed up every time, voting fraud wouldn't have a chance. Every fraudulent mail ballot would be caught, or at least 90% of them. Okay? Every false impersonation of a voter would be caught. But that's not what happens. What happens is fewer than half the voters show up, so all those registered voters who don't show up become fodder and opportunity and inventory for election fraud. So the greater the inventory of available unvoted voter registrations, the greater the feedstock for voting fraud, to use an oil and gas term. Some might be caught accidentally. Most sail through undetected because the legally registered voter, assuming there is one, doesn't show up to trigger the conflict. We don't need more voter registrations in Texas. We need more voters showing up. This bill outlines a series of assumptions designed to lead this committee to think the proposed system is virtually foolproof or fail-safe. There's no way anybody could fraudulently register to vote or fraudulently register other people because, well, they have to attest to the truth of the information provided to the application. Well, let's go into some big-time hackery. I run 3 companies. All 3 have accounts at J.P. Morgan Chase. This last fall, 2 of the 3 accounts were hacked into. Someone impersonated me. Someone pretended to be me and got away with it and wired money to Singapore. So I drove to the Heights in Houston to talk with the branch manager, to sign the necessary forms, and to attest to all the needed attestations. While waiting for confirmation, I was complimenting her on what a great job they were doing on this fraud. She said, unfortunately, we're good at it because it happens so often. I said, really? What's your average? That one small branch in the Heights in Houston has average of 2 incidents of online banking fraud a week. I asked, is that high for Chase or low? She said, we're at the low end. So think about that. This is J.P. Morgan Chase, okay? 2 online bank fraud transactions per week, low end, 13,000 Chase branches across the country, 52 times a year, 52 weeks a year. That's 1.352 million breaches, okay? Successful impersonations or impersonations of me or somebody else. That's just Chase. It's not the rest of the banks, okay? Now, that's just my projection of what she told me. Those are not Chase's official numbers because Chase would never want to tell you how many times they get hacked into. Okay? I asked her how much Chase spends on security, cybersecurity a year, and with all due respect to the state of Texas, they spend a lot more than we do. A lot more than we do.
Okay, and Alan, I'm going to ask you to...
I want to wrap it up here. I recently then did something pretty far-fetched for this group. I sat down with my young friends in the Cyber Warfare Squadron at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. I said, guys, take 5 minutes and give me a solution for how you would crack this new voter registration system. Well, they didn't take 5 minutes, it took them 5 seconds. They said, simple. You just load a bot on every one of the websites involved. That would allow you to capture every information online, and you could even direct the online registration application to a different processing point for alteration, and then forward it to the original destination. It's very simple. They said, quite frankly, that's the specialty of the Chinese and Russians who are bedeviling U.S. databases from banks to the White House. I asked how long would it take to program it. They said half hour per site. I said, how easy would it be to detect that bot? We've had a lot about detection. How easy to detect the bot? They laughed. Their bots don't get detected. I asked them if there was a database that existed that involved DPS, okay, and you had the person's address and driver's license number, such as she gave you today, how could you actually get all the rest of their data from DPS? They said, no question. I said, what if you also had, okay, their driver's license number, and what if you also had a social? They said we could do it faster. Now, the fact is, I'll wrap it up here, Madam Chairman. Okay. Today's technology, it is impossible to know for sure who is on the end of an online transaction. You don't know who's on the other end. Okay, it is impossible. The State Bar of Texas knows this. The Princeton Institute behind the SAT test knows this. That's why neither one of them allows anybody to take their exams online by simply affirming they are who they claim to be. What's at stake here for you 3 young Republican state reps? State of Colorado, your counterparts.
We need to wrap it.
Your counterparts passed online voter registration in 2010. Colorado's a red state. Well, how could it hurt? 4 years later, they don't have their jobs, and Colorado's not a red state anymore. That's what this is about. HB 76 creates a cyber portal for election fraud.
No, we are not on HB 76. We are on HB 953.
953, thank you.
Yes.
This bill, 953, creates a cyber portal
and we need
for false registration. Please let it die here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Just one.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes, sir.
You know, Alan, I think I followed you along until you got to the last point. It seems like that this was more partisan. I thought this was about, security and the integrity of online registration. But the last point you made seemed like it's just about elections. I mean, what is it about?
That was simply a sobering thought about all these wonderful states that have passed it, what's really behind it. I'm tracking it. But to your point, Representative Reynolds, this is really about integrity. And that's what I do. I mean, I run my 3 companies and I travel doing election integrity. And that's all in here. I'm very concerned about this. And I'm concerned that I understand, I'm so happy the state of Texas has fought off 2 attempted hacks.
Representative Fallon.
That's nothing. It's nothing.
Representative Reynolds, I'm just happy that he called us young.
And it is my daughter, young woman. So she'll, I know, I
Good.
got to clarify it. So, all right. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, and I appreciate everyone being here. We had probably close to 30. It's hard for me to count all those little lines of folks who did. Oh, okay, come on. Chair calls Secretary Ashley Fisher, the Secretary of State.
Ashley Fisher from the Secretary of State's office testifying on House Bill 953. I just wanted to note this. We have talked to Ms. Alvarado's office about this. Since our office is doing the team redevelopment, we couldn't start work on this until we estimate about January 2014. We've let the bill authors know about this, and I just wanted to note that on the record, and we didn't get into the timing of it and
January
questions.
2014?
January 2016.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. Representative Reynolds.
In your opinion, would this legislation make it easier or harder for an ineligible person to register online?
I can't. There's a lot of things about eligibility. If somebody has a driver's license and a social security number, then those 2 pieces of data are there and they're verified. So in that sense, I would say that it probably assists in the notion that it stops ineligible people from registering. But, somebody could still register and then not check the box, and it would come to the county and they would not get registered there. So I can't say, yes or no. You could have a driver's license and...
So it's safe to say your office doesn't have any additional concerns about security for online registration?
Any additional concerns about security in terms of like a breach?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. All right. So, as I said, there were several that signed up in favor of the bill, and thank you for your willingness to not testify. We've got another bill you can certainly do that on, but signing up to express your view. And we have a few that signed up against the bill that did not wish to testify. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 953? And seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Alvarado to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate everyone's patience. We can do so many things online, and even my friend, Mr. Sullivan, who testified earlier, on his website, if you go to his website on Harris County, it talks about why pay my property tax bill online with an e-check. Well, it's fast, it's free, it's convenient, you get an immediate receipt, and no need to visit the tax office. Convenient. It also promotes how you can pay other taxes online with e-check through his office. Real property taxes, personal property taxes, mobile home taxes, and mineral account taxes. So we're moving in an age where you can practically do everything online. And it was mentioned, well, only 20 states are doing this. Well, 20 plus 5 that have legislation pending or in process. So that's practically half the states in our country. And I guarantee you by the time we're back here next session, we'll probably be at 40 or more. I want to touch on the cost because it was asked whether it was 20 cents, 25 cents, and someone from Harris County said 25 cents. That's only the reimbursement. That's not the actual cost. And I did confer with the Secretary of State's office. That is established in code. It's 25 cents that the state reimburses the county. It's 40 cents that's reimbursed if there's a cancellation with that voter registration applicant. The situations that were outlined here with things that happened with whether it was Scott Hochberg or the other instances of hacking, those those were all done under the current process, which is the paper method. Security issues have been raised. This bill, and I know I want to applaud Representative Israel because she's been working on this very diligently, and we've been working together. These bills offer much, much more security, and requiring that additional layer of identification, it does make it more difficult for someone who is ineligible to register to vote. The cost that would be reduced, because our Secretary of State's office foots the cost for the voter registration cards, the mailing the voter registration cards to the counties, the individuals, and the business reply mail, and postage, of course. We would see a reduction in all of those costs if this bill is passed. And also the manual data entry. Sometimes counties have to hire additional staff, usually temporary staff, to help to input all of the data. The gentleman that was just here a minute ago that talked about the 10,000 cards that he got in and then the 300 or something the day before. I don't think he mentioned this, but I'm pretty sure that they had to hire additional people to come in and process all of those cards. And if we had online voter registration, you wouldn't have that. The Secretary of State is already partially doing somewhat of online registration. If you want to update your address and you're within the same county, you can go online and do it. So there's somewhat doing this, that there's the foundation for this. And I really think that if there was some sort of fraud taking place within the 20 states, that issue would have come up. We'd hear about it, we'd know about it. Our county association, our administrators would have some knowledge of that. And I say to those, and respectfully to my home county, is have faith in Texas. If 20 other states and 5 other states are looking at this and you're not confident in our state, in our DIR, in our Secretary of State's office, in our DPS, I say shame on you, because I have faith in Texas. We are just as good as every other state, and I think we have the talent to do it. And I wasn't going to go off into a partisan.
Can I just ask, because
Sure.
you brought up your Texas Hester Collector oversees your elections divisions, I understand it. And I asked him about registering people who aren't legal in this country, and he said it happens to the tune of hundreds a month.
It's happening with people on paper. I would
Correct.
imagine.
It's happened to people on paper. So what's to prevent someone from getting a fake ID and registering online with a fake ID, without paper, without a signature there?
Well,
How do you prevent
that audit number on the bottom
Correct. It's
has to be a very good question. That audit number would have to be entered and have to match what is on file with DPS.
So your replacement of the signature is the audit number that's on
and
there.
that's unique to only that number. If you were to lose that card, DPS cannot, if you were to call and want that, they can't give out that number to you. They cannot reissue another voter registration card, driver's license with that number. You get an entirely new number. It's very unique to that one particular card.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly tell you, in Arizona, in Maricopa County, in 2010, this is in Phoenix, 25% of new online applicants were Republican, compared to 19% Democrat. In Utah, Republicans accounted for 48.5% of voter registrations received online in 2012, compared to 36.5% for independents and 13.2% for Democrats. In Maryland, online registration in 2012 was slightly more Republican at 20.1% than traditional paper registration at 16.7%. And, well, California, as you would expect, about 47% of online registrants in 2012 were Democratic, while 20% were Republican. So it varies from state to state, but it has no partisanship. It's not partisan driven. I think people realize it's easier, it's more efficient, there's more security involved, and it's saving tax dollars. And I think we all say, whether we're Democrats or Republican, we have a responsibility to our constituents and to the voters of Texas. If there's an opportunity to save taxpayers' money and it's been proven, tried, true, and tested, then we have that responsibility to carry that out. Madam Chair, I thank you for your indulgence, and members of the committee, and I close.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And right now, the chair withdraws a substitute to House Bill 953, and House Bill 953 will be left pending at this time. And the chair lays out House Bill 76. Oh, let me back up. There are no witnesses for House Bill 160, but Representative Larson withdrew the bill, so we're not going to be hearing that bill. And I forgot to say it earlier, but there were no witnesses. So, all right, now, Chair lays out House Bill 76 and recognizes Representative Israel to explain her bill. And let's see, do you have a substitute on that? Is there a sub? Okay. So Representative Reynolds offers a substitute for House Bill 76, and Chair recognizes Representative Israel to explain the substitute.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And if there's anybody here who wants to say more negative things about online voter registration, you've already said it to Representative Alvarado, and her bill. Our bills are exactly the same. If there's anybody here who wants to say positive things about online voter registration, you've already said it on behalf to Cal Alvarado and her bill, and on mine. So in the interest of time, I would just say if there's any new witnesses that didn't have an opportunity to speak up, I would strongly encourage you to speak up. But if you've already spoken, the message has been received by this committee, and believe me, my colleagues on the floor of the House of Representatives and my colleagues here have heard from me. We have filed House Bill 76. It was pre-filed last November on the first day that we could pre-file bills electronically, I might add. And my joint authors are Patricia Harless, Jeannie Morrison. This was patterned after her language from last session. Representative Lyle Larson, Representative Carol Alvarado, and I stopped at 76. I have 76 co-authors on this bill. I believe strongly that Texas should be doing things to make it easier to vote, legally, of course, not harder to vote. I'm trying not to repeat what Representative Alvarado already said. In Travis County alone, we saved $100,000. We would save $100,000 because we care that much about voting, and we are that enthusiastic about voting that we hire temps in order to catch up with stuff. And we do hand entry, and we spend $100,000 just on temps in Travis County. So we emphasize cost savings because those cost savings are real. There are real county workers throughout the state of Texas. And that's why the state associations of election officials and assessors collectors have endorsed this concept and this idea. You have to have a state issued ID or driver's license in order to use this process. You would need the name, the date of birth, the Texas driver's license or ID number, the Texas audit number, and the last 4 digits of your social security number in order to do online voter registration. This is an accurate way for us to update our voter rolls, which we have discussed. Much of the issues which this committee has addressed since we had our first committee hearing could be addressed with electronic or online voter registration. We will always need paper registrations. I don't mean to suggest that this is going to override or supersede any of that. We will always have people who will want to grab a clipboard and go to a community event and sign people up to register to vote because they care passionately about voting. And I suppose we all do too, or we wouldn't be here at this hour of the night on this particular topic. So, I would ask for your favorable consideration. Do this because you believe that when DIR tells you that it's secure, it's secure. Do this because when the Secretary of State's office tells you that we can do this, we can do this. Do this because when DPS tells you we do the data exchange, we share information, we can do it correctly. and do this because our workers at the county level who are burdened with overseeing and doing elections for the state of Texas need as much help as possible. So with that, I close, and we'll see if there's any other new people who want to testify.
You reserve the right to close.
I reserve the right to close. I'll wrap up my comments.
Okay. Representative Reynolds.
I just wanted to, publicly thank you and Representative Alvarado. I know you work very hard and diligent. This is bipartisan. This bill is not a Democrat bill, but it's what's in the best interest, I believe, of Texans. And I do believe that we have to evolve with the technology. I know there was a time when, my dad was just totally petrified of, online stuff. He's an attorney. He's like, I can't believe that we have to go online and do all this stuff. I'm not used to it. I don't want to do it. And now he does it seamless. And so we have to adapt with the technology to be more efficient, to save money, and to be, productive citizens. And most of us up here, we have, technology. We have iPads that we use. We register voters to testify online. All the bills we file are online. We're going to a paperless society where we can be more cost efficient and effective. And so, I understand some of the reservations about the technology, but those reservations were always there about credit cards. But you say, well, I'm not going to use credit cards anymore because I don't feel like they're safe, or someone's going to steal my identity. I mean, you can find a reason not to do anything. But I do believe in DRR. I do believe in technology. I do believe in the expertise and the people that we have in this state to do what's best for Texas. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing it. If we don't pass this bill, I understand, it may be for other reasons, but certainly let's not let it be for reasons of fear. Let's not let it be for fear, because fear is nothing but false evidence appearing real. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? And you want to reserve the right to close. Okay, so here I've got a couple of folks that signed up to testify that did not testify on the former bill. So I'm going to call them first, give them an opportunity to speak, and then we'll take it from there. So Chair calls Stephen Wyman, representing himself, in favor of House Bill 76.
My name is Stephen Wyman, and I am representing myself about House Bill 76.
Are you in favor of it?
I am in favor of it.
Okay.
Basically, the fears and the things that you should be afraid of, and the fraud and the potential for all that, is called, I don't know, Quincy Jones called it analysis paralysis. You can find reasons for handwritten submissions, you can find reasons for online submission, you can find a reason not to do anything. But we have encryption, we have the 21st century, we have the internet, and we have the potential to do this much more efficiently, much more securely, and I believe we should move forward. I don't see how it could be any worse than somebody taking my card and giving it to a temp to do data entry, when I can sit in front of my own computer, look at it, see if I fat-fingered a key, and correct it before it's submitted. And there are about 5 sources that I believe you mentioned, that you have to go into and you have to get accurate numbers, and they all have to appear together in the document. They all have to be right, or it flags, and the computer can check them millions at a time. So there is always somebody will find some boogeyman under the bed to say we shouldn't go forward. As far as I'm concerned, we have no good reason not to go forward. There will always be boogeymen.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions, members? Okay. Thank you very much.
I like the fact that your testimony was short. Your shirt's a little shaky for me, but I love the testimony. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Okay, and let's see. Chair calls Barbara Mason, representing herself, in favor of the bill.
Nonpartisan bill, but that was
right. Well, I'm Barbara Mason. I'm testifying on 953.
No,
just
House
only
Bill 76. Yes.
Okay, I thought they were.
And you're
sort of
representing
identical.
yourself.
I'm representing myself. Actually,
and you're
went
in
back,
favor.
I'm in favor. Thank you.
Of House Bill 76.
Yes.
Okay, got
And
it.
actually, I went back.
That's okay.
House Bill
She's good.
76.
Yes.
Actually, I went back and corrected when I typed in and indicated that I was not going to testify, but thank you for the opportunity
okay.
anyway.
Really? Okay. I'm sorry.
No, I guess it recorded twice instead of correcting. I'm strongly in favor of this. I'm a volunteer deputy registrar. I've registered several hundred people to vote, mostly at colleges. And I don't know if you know what that form looks like, but the person fills out the top and we fill out the bottom, copying off the top. And I almost never can read what they've put at the top. I always have to ask them, now what is your name and what's your apartment number? I can't read it. And so I know that when I turn that form into the county office, neither can the people in the county office read it any better than I could. And as far as the technology, I just found it ironic. I've been sitting here for hours, and the beginning of the conversation was how we want to prevent people who are ineligible to vote from doing so by using technology to match up from the Secretary of State's office to the DPS office. So we trust technology to do that, but yet we turn around and we don't trust technology to do the voter registration when that system would make things much more accurate and make it much less likely that somebody ineligible could vote. I find that very inconsistent. And it also seems to me that there's, obviously, to those of us who've been sitting here who just are representing ourselves as Texans, there's been an orchestrated group that's come to try to kill this bill, and it is very transparent to us. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting, and thank you for, ma'am.
Who's
Representative Fallon.
who's the group that's against the?
Harris County, certain elected officials from Harris County and others. I mean, that seems to be the predominant
I just want to make sure
testimony
I didn't
against.
miss anything. All right.
I'm
okay.
sure you heard.
Thank you.
And if I could just ask a question, I noticed on all the other bills you said how many people had registered in favor and how many had not, but on these two, you just sort of said we'd had some who
I think I
registered.
said we had close to 30. I couldn't count all the lines. So
Close to 34? And,
I think it was around 30. I mean, if somebody has better eyes than me, I can count them. Okay, if y'all want me to count them, I can count them. I'll do that at the end.
Okay.
So,
Four
there are a
thanks.
lot. I said there are a
Thanks.
lot.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Okay, so, no other questions, members? All right. Now, the other witnesses, I'm going to call your name because you signed up to testify. And, y'all have already spoken on a similar bill, and so you certainly are more than welcome to come up and speak again, and we hope that it's fresh information. So, but if you don't want to, that's okay too.
Madam Chair, might we counsel them that if they don't want to testify, not to say anything, just to wave?
Just, good point. Okay.
Once you talk, you've kind of
no,
testified.
Wait, too many people are talking to me at once. Representative Schofield.
So once you say something, you've testified. So just if you don't want to, just wave us off.
What do you say? I'm going to call their name. I know what I'm doing. Okay, thank you. All right. Jacqueline Kellen, representing yourself with the Texas Association of Election Administrators, signed up to testify for. Is Jacqueline here? I don't see her, so now she does not wish to testify. And Alan Vera, representing himself from the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, signed up to testify against the bill, does not wish to testify. Colleen Vera, representing herself, signed up to testify and apparently does not wish to testify. And John Oldham with the Texas Association of Election Administrators in favor of the bill, signed up to testify and does not wish to testify. And Mike Sullivan representing himself and the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector wishes to testify. Okay.
I understand the message. I'm Mike Sullivan testifying against HB 76, and I just want to incorporate by reference my previous testimony from HB 953. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we have Ashley Fisher with the Secretary of State on the bill, and if y'all have any questions. And let's see, we have Ed Johnson with the Harris County Clerk's Office, who does wish to testify against the bill. So, okay.
Ed Johnson, Harris County Clerk's Office, testifying against HB 76. I got the message. One of the things I've heard is the amount of money we're saving. Out of Harris County last year, 41,000 new driver's licenses for registered vote. Out of that group, there were only 6% of them that didn't register when they were at the DPS office. So you're talking only 6% of new driver's licenses in Harris County would even be eligible for the online registration process. Motor Voter is registering the vast majority of voters, and it works very well. I think there was a little difference in your bill, Representative Israel, from the other former one. I think you have an option in here for if you do not have a driver's license. Is that true still?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that is one that causes us great concern. It would be that if you don't have a driver's license, then you are going to fill out all the information. It saves that date as the submission date of when you were on the electronic line. Then you print out a piece of paper, you sign it, and you mail it in, and then the voter registrar has to attach that to the electronic copy and validate that the information is still the same and it's the same person signing that application. The question we have, and this has nothing in the bill to refer to this, of what happens when we don't receive the hard paper copy. How do we treat that voter? Do they get to vote? Do they not get to vote? How long do they get to mail that hard copy in?
Okay, thank you, Ed. You kept it in the time. All right. Any questions, members? I don't think so, unless you have a comment. No. Okay, all right. And we are going to say the last one who signed up to testify, I will give him the last word if you'd like to come down, is Samuel Durheimer with the Pew Church. Okay, and he does not wish to testify. So it looks like we have, I would say, at least 30, probably maybe one or two, give or take one or two, that signed up in favor of the bill that did not wish to testify. And I can count the against, we're about 4 against the bill that did not wish to testify. Or maybe it was 3, I can't see it all. So anyway, give or take 1, maybe 2, okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Aha, we have one. And do we have his registration? Who is it?
My name is Doug Guide.
Wait, are you signed up? Hang on.
I'm not signed up.
Okay, you've got to get signed up.
Yeah.
Hey, before you start speaking, we got to get you signed up, and our clerk will help you do that.
Okay.
You've got to get signed up first before
Okay.
you speak. So if you want to walk over there and get signed up.
No.
I know we did on one. Okay, yeah, we have, okay. All right, you know what, Janie, while he's doing that, Janie Sawatsky, please come with DPS. We have a question for you. And you did sign up not to testify on the bill, but now with your permission, we're going to ask you to testify.
Janie Sawatsky, Department of Public Safety, here on House Bill 76.
Thank you, Representative
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reynolds.
I was just wondering, how does DPS currently work with the Office of the Secretary of State to register voters?
Okay, we collect the information from the applicant when they come into the driver license office. That information, if the person says they want to register to vote, that information is then transmitted to the Secretary of State's office through an electronic file transfer. Basically, our computers talk to their computers, and we send the information to the Secretary of State's office, and it's my understanding, Ashley can correct me if I'm wrong, then they send that information out to the counties who actually register the person to vote. Right now, we just collect the information and transmit it in an electronic file to the Secretary of State's office.
That's what I thought. So you're doing it online right now?
We're collecting the information that the applicant puts on that application for their driver license, and that information is transmitted to the Secretary of State's office online, yes.
Right. Okay. And do you believe that's secure?
It's an electronic file transfer, the FTTP files that I think most computers that talk to one another, that's the protocol that they use. I'm certainly not a security expert.
Sure. But have there been any breaches that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay. So now, do we have him on? Let's see. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna. Okay, so Chair calls Doug Gibb with the Travis Tax Office in favor of House Bill 76.
Mm-hmm. My name is Doug Guide.
Guide. Okay.
So.
And tell me who you represent and your position on the bill.
Travis County Tax Office. In support of House Bill 76.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I now know what it's like not to be registered when I show up on election day. It's a very similar feeling. So I thank you, thanks to the committee for allowing me to register here and share. To give you my background, though, I served as voter registrar in Virginia for 7 years before moving to Texas this past November to assume the position as director of voter registration for Travis County. Virginia is one of the 27 states that have implemented or approved implementation of electronic voter registration. Iowa has also been added to that list. And I speak from the experience of seeing it in action and witnessing the benefits firsthand for all election stakeholders. Virginia's General Assembly passed the bill the first time it was introduced, 2013. Bill was sponsored by a Republican patron, passed with full bipartisan support, while both the House and Senate had a Republican majority, and was signed into law by a Republican governor. It was viewed by everyone as smart, efficient government because electronic registration has a proven track record of lowering expenses, adding more security, and improving accuracy. So in 2013, July 1st, electronic registration was launched in Virginia. And as a voter registrar, I was thrilled at the prospect of receiving applications electronically because, like most of my business, I take very seriously the responsibility of registering every voter accurately. I've entered my share of paper applications. It takes time, often means trying to decipher a voter's handwriting, requires attention to detail to verify that they have checked the necessary boxes, and remember to provide their signature. Now, anybody with a computer and internet access would be able to provide their information electronically through a series of screens that would prevent them from advancing unless, for example, they remember to check the citizenship box and provide all required information. Receiving electronically completed applications from these voters in turn results in fewer rejection letters mailed, reduced postage expenses, improved accuracy of our voter rolls, and ultimately cleaner elections, which is a clear benefit to candidates and every elected official like yourselves. The reduction in the number of handwritten applications needing to be manually entered, along with fewer rejection letters that need to be processed, also leads to substantial cost savings. Travis County alone, because we do hire many temps, especially in a presidential election, has calculated that even if half the applications were done electronically, they would save $83,000 in a year of a presidential election. What I've passed out to you is a picture the question earlier was asked, what is the problem we're trying to solve? This is the problem. On the day of the deadline for Travis County, we received 10,000 paper applications. The smiling faces on that picture was for the picture. Once the picture was taken, those smiles disappeared because they had a lot of work to do making sure that they entered them all correctly in a very short amount of time. That's a problem for especially large localities. To me, I was also excited about the idea of increased security because the truth is, compared to electronic registration, the current paper system is archaic and more vulnerable to errors, security issues, and fraud. I saw firsthand the danger of entrusting the collection of paper applications to third parties in the 2012 presidential election. On the deadline for registration, I received a call from a police officer who had responded to a local business where a store manager had witnessed someone trashing voter applications in the dumpster behind his store. Every election, unsuspecting people willingly turn over election documents to strangers with very personal information, trusting it is secure. So now I work as an election officer in Texas, and I'm trying to adapt to the idea of going back to a world without electronic registration. I'm sure most of you can probably remember the days of dial-up internet. To me, it feels like I've gone from high speed back to dial-up. Increasingly, we live in a day and age when we can transact almost any business online, in fact, are encouraged by other state and local government agencies to submit personal billing information using the convenience of the internet to pay for taxes, permits, and other fees. Surely, if we can collect money from our citizens securely over the internet, we can collect voter applications securely as well. I would like to add also that Texas has the reputation of taking care of its military members and their families. Even now, Senate Bill 1115 has garnered support, which
we're talking about House Bill 76.
I was referring to a bill that helps military members that are overseas. They're looking at expanding a pilot program to allow them to submit an electronic
That's
ballot.
Another bill. Right.
That's another bill. But what I would like to point out is if that same overseas military member had failed to register to vote prior to deployment, instead of having the ability to go online and submit an electronic application like over half the states in our country offer their military members, he or she would be forced to print, complete, and mail a paper application to their correct locality back in the States. This would greatly benefit our Texas military personnel who are fighting to preserve our freedoms like the right to vote. I'd be willing to answer any questions concerning my experience in Virginia. If you ask the 20 states, people in the 20 states who are doing this now, what is wrong with online registration, you will not get any negative answers.
Okay. Members, thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else? Let me just say this. I did have someone count, and thank you, Representative Israel, because 84 individuals signed up to in favor of the bill but did not wish to testify. So we won't be here until midnight.
Thank you.
That is a plus. And 5 signed up against it that did not wish to testify. So full disclosure here. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or on House Bill 76? And hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Israel to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for your patience. This bill has been bipartisan since I began working on it in November of last year. And you can see by the joint authors and by our colleagues who have signed on to this bill, it has nothing but bipartisan support. I resent the reference to suggesting that you should vote for it because it would be harmful to Republicans. I think it would be helpful to Texas that we do government in a smart and thoughtful manner. Losing a 2-year opportunity to do something good for especially our county government employees is unfortunate. What is the problem we are trying to solve? We are trying to solve arcane and outdated processes and procedures in Texas when the tools we have are right at our fingertips. And I would ask you to not let the negative comments of one county in the state of Texas rule the evening. There are all of our other major urban counties are looking to you to help them, and I would appreciate your support on this bill. And with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Israel. And right now, the chair withdraws a substitute to House Bill 76, and will leave House Bill 76 pending at this time. There being no other business, the let's see. Oh, okay. Let's see. All right. There being no other business before us, the House on the Committee of Elections is adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you all for staying.